identify who's present. Do we have anyone on Zoom? I'm just curious.
I don't think so.
No.
Joe's coming and
Oh, Joe is coming.
Carrie's
And
coming.
Carrie is coming.
I'm
Okay.
here.
Carrie, and
Oh,
are you
Carrie's there.
active?
I am.
Okay, great. That's good to know. Before we begin our meeting, I would like to share sad news. I'm sure
Yeah.
many of you, all of you are aware of, and people at home are probably aware of. One of our longest-standing members, Diane Kums, revered member, Diane Kums passed, and just a few days back, and I wanted to see if we could just please hold a moment of silence in her honor.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we'll begin that now for 15 or 20 seconds. All right, and I don't know if anybody wanted to share any comments. It's not like I got to hold the people ahead of time. If you do, you're more than welcome to.
I'll just say one thing. Yeah, I have a lot to say about it, but maybe not here. I was thinking about it, and I think we can all agree that Nantucket is a very unique place, and there are certain people that stand out as stewards of this place and are vigilant about making sure that the quality of our existence here remains. And Nantucket, Diane was certainly at the top of that list. I thought about all the past people on the HEC, and I've known quite a few of them, but really Diane was so tenacious in her views and her stands, and she was just an admirable presence on this board. Thank you.
May I?
Thank you, Ray. Yeah, go ahead, Ray.
I agree with Ray, and further, she was even a select board member at one point. Nantucket was her heart,
Yep.
and thank you, Diane.
Thank you,
Yes.
Vale and Ray. Anyone else want to say anything?
I would agree with what's been said, and just add on, she really, she was a steward, but she also, even when her health declined, she was so committed to her causes that, she was even in our last historical commission meeting in February. So, thank you, Diane.
Anyone else? Holly?
I'm going to miss the support and expertise that she provided. And although I think some people think that her and I didn't see eye to eye on things, we did. And I definitely am going to miss her.
Thanks, Holly. That's sweet. Anyone else?
I got one last thing.
Yeah.
So I saw her a few days before she died. And she said, Ray, my great uncle was a famous architect. He designed the Flatiron Building, her great uncle. And she was married to an architect, Harold Kellogg, some of you I'm sure know. And she said, I always wanted to be an architect, but I couldn't do the math. And I said, oh, Diane, you should have told me I'd buy you a calculator. I certainly don't do the math.
Oh, that's funny. So Diane, as I've often said, Diane would treat me like a son. She would either yell at me or give me the silent treatment. And something else I'd say is that you live only so long as someone remembers your name. So we'll be saying her name as we do John McLaughlin's often. All right?
Agreed.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Okay, we are going to, my paper tablet is out of battery. Look at that. Isn't that an oxymoron? A paper tablet that's out of battery. Why don't we go ahead and we're going to start with Commissioner Q&A. Well, actually, hold on. Let's hold on one quick second here. Holly, are you going to be here for 8 North Mill?
That was the plan, as
Okay,
well
I
as
just
before.
wanted to make sure that you were.
And we know Kathy's on her way here, but she's She was off island, so. I'll be
And
here
Brooke
until
is
she-
on the boat, and he will be here as soon as he can for his 2L.
Okay, I think while Holly is here, we're just going to go with the prior routine that's been changed, and we'll go back to what it was, except for on these occasions. So we'll hold Commissioner Q&A for the bulk of items which street addresses have a gray, which have preservation planner comments, until after 8 North Mill. After 8 North Mill, we'll take up Commissioner Q&A with Preservation Planner. And Holly, if you'd be so kind as to remind me if, things get very involved during the prior hearings, I may lose track of that. So a reminder would be good. And so then we're going to go to Town of Nantucket. We'll take up ratify vote from 318, new business. 43 Sherburne Commons, Ireland Home, Hardscape, Commissioners sitting, Welch, Pole, Camp, McLeod, and Paul. It indicates alternates Paul. I'm just going to skip over that and ask for one of the members to.
Actually, he's listed as a regular too.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, okay.
I'm just going to ask one of the members to move to ratify the vote from the 318 on 43 Sherburne.
So moved.
Okay, let's see. Those present, all in favor say aye.
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 And any opposed? Okay, so present are myself, Ray, Abby, and Angus. That moves us on to 2 Hamblin Road, Boat Barn. Is Matt? Hey, Matt, good evening, good afternoon. Matt, while you're approaching the bench, your board is myself, Ray, Commissioner Camp, Commissioner McLeod, and Commissioner Patton. And you're going to steer?
I can, sure. Actually, I think I don't have to steer.
Okay,
Right,
go,
take me.
you kindly direct staff through your presentation.
Someone told me the back of my head was all gray. You can see on the camera.
Pardon me?
I'm like, who's that old person? Podium.
Oh, that's the guy standing right behind you,
My
Matt.
head is silver gray hair. So
We're getting younger every
I
day.
didn't notice that. Okay, well, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll just
Yep.
jump right in. So this is an application for a boat barn. You've reviewed it once previously. The commission made a number of comments regarding the structure. Specifically, if we could go to the elevations, was the request to add an addition, like a one-story addition to the facade of the structure. So if you scroll down, there you go. You can see we added a one-story additive mass. We omitted the pent roof and pushed the second floor square footage, reduced the second floor square footage, and added a one-story shed addition to the facade. We also changed the railing detailing on the back of the structure, omitted some of those pilasters, and then we also omitted the barn board. One of the comments was to have the house have a kind of more similar language. I think our original intent was for it to have to read more as a barn, if you will. But by omitting the vertical natural cedar, I think that hopefully addressed the board's concerns and comments. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Matt. Any questions for Matt? All right, we're going to do a flashback in time. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is within the Cliff Road neighborhood. It's an infill. The main house was built in 2014. I note that the boat barn is 23 feet, 3 inches tall. I think the changes are not substantial enough, though. The barn still has no relationship to the main house regarding the cupola and the dormers, but thank you for removing the board and batten and making those shingles. I think the revisions to address the prior comments from the board, as I saw in some notes, and I would recommend that it needs to be more simplified. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Let's see, does Mickey's group have anything? Is that not in their area?
We don't have any.
Thanks, Mickey. Let's see, so again, the board is myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Joe. Who'd like to go? Concerns with respect to appropriateness, please.
With respect to appropriateness.
Let's get on the ball. That's what we're here for, determining
Okay.
appropriateness. Yeah, please.
You missed the third.
Hey, Matt.
I'm gonna hit you with this.
I actually prefer the previous entrance doors. I think the shed bumping out isn't quite as, it reads more as a garage door, so I kind of like the previous on that elevation. The only problem I ever had with, and thank you for reducing for the elevation came down. The only problem I have with this is it is a bit shoehorned in, but I think the dormers on either side are making it seem more pinched. And if those went away or somehow were not flush dormers, but set back just for light or something, I think it'd be more appropriate.
Thank you, Abby.
Thank you.
Ray?
How did you phrase it earlier? Just a second.
Concerns with respect to appropriateness. Of course.
So I can't ask about the septic system now?
Oh, yes,
Okay.
correct.
I won't then. I agree with essentially what Holly said. I think appreciate the removal of the batten board. That was good. Now, when I look at the view of it next to the house, it's interesting because the dormers on this building are actually higher than the dormer on the main house. Which brings me to the point of ordinarily we're trying to get the windows, we're trying to eliminate the space between the windows and the eave where there would be shingles or whatever. And I think that you have, boy, it would appear to be about a foot. So that's one thing that I think could be remedied. The other one would be to pull back the dormers. Right now, there's sort of this expanse of dormer with 3 windows kind of floating in each one of them. Still don't love the cupola. And it hasn't decreased in height. I'm not suggesting that it necessarily should, but I thought I heard Abby say, appreciate the reduction in height, but I don't think that has happened. But that's it, really. Work on the dormers in 2 different ways. 1, reducing the eave, and 2, reducing the width. And ideally, in Ray's world, the elimination of the cupola. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus.
Thank you. I have the same feelings Ray does about the eave and the dormer height in relation to the main house. It is a little bit higher elevation on the lot. I get that part, and there's also probably a much higher ceiling in the garage part than there is in the first floor of the house. Seeing the doors underneath that eave that faces the street, and then all the space above it is making me think that it's not like, a boat or something that is 10 feet tall needs to go into this side of the structure. And I kind of thought we had talked about this in the last meeting, but about switching the stepped massing so that it was kind of stepped from lower to larger in the back, so it wouldn't be so much elevation there on the street side. And so I think that was probably interpreted with the bump out, which is appreciated, but to me, it doesn't do much more than the pent roof was doing before. So I'd still look for some way to reduce the impact, not necessarily the overall height, but the impact of that height so close to the street, and with the massing the way it is, the gable forward, I think makes it harder to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Matt, thanks for I actually think changing the batten to shingles obviously makes it look shorter, but to me, this structure is just much too large for the purpose, it doesn't present, I think part of the problem is it's framed as a barn, it doesn't present as a barn. And I mean, if you look at the illustration as compared to the house, I mean, it's 3/5 the width, almost 3/5 the width of the main structure, the primary mass, and it's at least 3/5 the height. It's just very tall and its overall mass is too large to my mind to be appropriate. Without being simplified and actually looking more like a barn. And then it takes on a different nature altogether in my mind. Anything you want to say, Matt?
Yeah, yes. So, the original submission did have the barn board on it, so it did look like a barn. So by omitting the vertical, 1x8, does that look less like a barn? I'd also point, if you could scroll down to just the second image on that sheet. There you go. This structure is set back pretty far from the face of the house. And the visibility, I feel like this is at the end of the street. So in terms of the visibility from a public way, I feel like it's pretty minimal. So its relationship to the main dwelling, I feel like it's going to completely, read as a secondary structure. And it's actually physically set back by intention, probably about 30 plus feet from the actual front property line. So I think in terms of its presentation to the public, it's pretty minimal and set back. Happy to look at alternative dormers where we set them back, happy to omit the cupola. Just by nature of where this structure is, it is conducive to a footprint of this size and dimension. So also comparatively, the footprint of the main house compared to this, it's dramatically smaller. So I guess, I'm happy to omit the cupola and look at alternatives for the dormers, and hopefully that is enough. Short of that, we already reduced the second floor square footage and added the one-story massing to the facade of the building. So that's probably what I would come back with. And I guess that my question to the board is, would that be sufficient, or do you think it needs to go further?
Matt, I think you got to make that determination, based on what's here. I'd like to ask you though, what's the circumstance with the main house? Is this under construction?
No, it's built. If you scroll down to the
Okay.
next page, you can see some site photographs.
Okay, so I guess I'm just wondering, would it benefit anyone in addition to maybe just do a view of the roadway area and in addition to asking for revisions?
I think that'd be really helpful.
And maybe you can, do a couple ridge poles or something?
Sure, happy to do that.
I just think, let's do a view and have more context.
Yeah.
Does anyone?
No objections. May I just comment on
please.
what Matt asked earlier? Those are my two concerns. Cupola, dormers. That's it.
No. And then you've got,
But that's me, okay?
there's four of us here.
Yeah.
So you got a chance to quickly watch the tape and see where it nets out. All right?
Okay.
So we'll get a motion to hold for revisions and add to a view list.
So moved.
Were you on this? Oh, sorry, Connie's on this, apparently.
It was
Yeah.
Connie.
It was Connie, Mr. Chair, just wasn't
You
on
know
the
what?
agenda.
I apologize, Connie. I looked at 43 Sherburne and I saw Paul, and then I looked down and I saw
No worries.
Joe on the far right. What would you like to add to this? Because it's important that you do.
Oh, no, I'm good with what's been said. Thank you.
And is there anyone in particular who you agree with more or less so that Matt has a good indicator of
I was gonna say that my major concern was the dormers,
dormers? Okay.
the size of the dormers.
Matt, did you catch that?
I apologize.
One more member, Connie, and her primary concern being the dormers.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you, Connie.
So with that, we have Connie's motion to hold for revisions in a view. All in favor, say aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Yeah, please, guys, if I miss something like that,
I missed it too.
point of
I
order.
didn't notice.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Okay. 14 Silver?
That's here.
No, I know.
I was trying to share it. It says I registered, but it won't connect me.
Did you click from the link of the newest agenda or the first of the new?
Oh. That's fine. You guys can share. That's okay. Sure.
Okay, Matt, thanks. I don't know what you did differently with this application than the previous, because when I started to get to the images on the other ones, the thing always shut down on my computer. This one is great,
Okay.
and there's a ton more images. So the pre-press optimization protocol for this one is marvelous.
Great. Thank you. Sorry about the
Okay.
first one.
Go ahead and take us through it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you've seen this application before. You've asked for some revisions. So clearly this is a historic structure that I think the applicant, their preference was to demolish it because it is in such, terrible disrepair. And I know you hear that quite a bit, but this house in particular is a special level of deteriorated. Having said that, the applicant had come before you before to demolish it. You said you prefer to keep it, so we're here before you to keep it. The previous iteration had a straight gable, and it was taller, probably maybe about 2 feet or 18 inches, somewhere in that range. Some of the feedback we received was that the addition should be as diminutive as possible. Obviously, we're trying to get a second floor on this addition and retain the existing structure. So we took that, the comments, and then came up with this alternative, which is basically somewhat of a salt box. And that did lower the ridge height to be almost equal to that of the existing ridge height. We're not, concerned per se about there being, we wanted to make a clear distinction between the existing structure and the new addition. And so that's why we have this kind of visual break between the original historic structure and the new addition. I do think that the ridge height has come down and it looks more, it's not dominating, if you will. There was some discussion about potentially making the new addition read as dominant and the existing historic be secondary, but we kind of backed away from that based on some feedback from the board. So essentially, we've changed the roof line to drop it and added some secondary additive massing to the front of the addition to drop the scale, emulating the existing one-story gable forward of the historic section. We are proposing to make an adjustment to that roof line to change it to a shed. So it is, there's kind of 2 shed secondary additive masses on the facade of the building, so it reads a bit more cohesive. The existing structure obviously is a bit of an anomaly, but in terms of the size and scale of it, the overall ridge height is pretty small. If you could scroll back to just some of the images of the house that's next door that's being constructed. I thought this is important just in terms of context. The house, if you go up a little bit, keep going. So that's the house next door. So in terms of the size and scale of that structure, that's 30 feet at the highest, and it's actually at the higher point of the structure. The site actually slopes from Silver down towards the back fairly dramatically. So this is ultimately going to be a secondary structure behind another primary structure adjacent to a structure that's 30 feet tall. So I just thought that was important in terms of context. If we look at this structure independently, it ultimately is going to be a secondary, fairly diminutive structure. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Matt. Any questions for Matt? It is myself, Abby, Val, Angus, Connie, and Joe is the alternate.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Angus.
The structure that is going to be on the front side of this, is that, that's already designed?
No.
I think it would just, all right, well,
You
that's
can,
all for the question.
We'll go with Holly, and then we'll take you first after if Mickey's got anything to add.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the George Myrick House, circa 1830s. Lean-to, originally built by Josiah Gorham, and we have a new Form B HDC survey on file with our fish lots survey efforts. Those will be online soon, so stay tuned to that. The proposed addition should complement and be subordinate to the existing modest capish, I would call it. It's a 5-bay lean-to. Again, per building on Nantucket Mine on page 68, additions should extend backwards by attachment of smaller volumes. Any addition to the historic house should be expanded from rear or sidewall and kept inconspicuous as possible. Excuse me, I can't speak. Such additions should harmonize with the massing style and details of the original house. Further, their bulk should not overwhelm the original building size. Replacing the gable front cover over the front door to a shed, I don't believe is appropriate, as it alters a character-defining feature of the almost 200-year-old dwelling. Commissioners mentioned how the gable forward and its massing overwhelms the historic dwelling. The addition should be additive in nature and smaller than proposed. Commissioners were concerned with the French doors on the south. They should be reduced in size and have kick panels as a consistent practice within the OHD. The 3D renderings provided are very telling. The addition competes with the historic dwelling in massing, height, size, and scale. I would recommend reducing the scale and simplify. The plans should clearly also identify in red what will be removed versus retained, and the height of existing versus the height after the move. It would also be helpful. And I did want to notate, understanding that there's a new infill dwelling, what I would call a typical Nantucket infill being built right next door, but the architecture vernacular are two different features, both consistent within the Nantucket OHD, both historically and infill, but they're two different vernaculars, so they need to be that way. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Mickey, does your group have anything to add?
A little bit. So this is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group, which is myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, and now sadly we are out without Diane Kums. So on to Silver Street. The position of the addition is directly parallel to the existing house. Normally, additions are set back from the front facade. The site plan clearly shows that there's plenty of room to move the main section closer to the street, creating a separation between the two front walls. Another issue is the size of the addition. It is of similar scale and massing to the existing house. In fact, the ridge is a little bit taller. Additions, as we all know, should be subordinate and appear as additive massing. And we agree with Holly's comment about the front, changing the front from a gable to a shed. Thank you.
Thank you. Concerns with respect to appropriateness, who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Dale.
I agree with some of what's been said, that the existing structure and the proposed addition do feel relative in size. I do appreciate you're making it a salt box and a little bit more funky and diminutive, but I feel with the eave height still being the same as the main house, it doesn't feel additive. I think pushing it back on the site, I saw on the site plan, there's a little room to do that. And it wouldn't really hurt your program because the second floor is independent of the existing structure and it doesn't feel like it's going to hurt you on the interior on the first floor. I appreciate the modifications that you made, but I think you still have a little way to go. And have you considered maybe a step down on the addition just to help you with that overall massing and plate height? That's my comment.
Thanks, Val. Ray? Oh, sorry. Let's see, Abby.
I kind of like the original entrance with the gable entrance. I just, if we're not going to touch that, we might as well just leave that. I thought it was a pretty good attempt to, to add on to this small little cape. I do think that window on the right-hand side in the addition on the second floor seems a little imposing. It's about the same size as all the other windows. I think if that were smaller, or it just catches my eye and brings your eye to that additive mass that we're all having trouble with. But, I mean, if you can push this back, that would be great. But the shed, the new shed entrance, I prefer the original. Thank you.
Thank you. Angus?
I agree with the comments from Holly and Mickey as far as scale and massing. My question earlier about the house that will be between Silver Street and this make me think that it might be worth exploring having the addition go to the east side rather than the west because of what's going to be visible from Pleasant Street and the beginning of Silver Street with the development next door to the east and the future structure to the north, which I think would be helpful to see to get a better perspective on the treatment of this structure. I think if the goal is to preserve this in its sort of original look, the additive massing, I think, would be much better hidden on the southeast side rather than on the west side. That's all, thanks.
Thanks. Connie?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add. I would really be in favor of replacing that entrance with the shed back to the original gable and to reduce the secondary massing. If that means pushing it back, that would be good too. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, I have a question for you. Do you guys have something in the pipe or anticipated for the front of the lot?
Not at this time, but there eventually certainly will be, but not in the short term.
Okay, so my thoughts are that if that were the case, or maybe not, or maybe regardless, is to, if possible, to flip-flop this. So I think Angus was alluding to this. The existing structure is to the right as you're facing it, and the addition is off the left side. And what that does is it preserves the down the driveway view of the historic structure, number one. Number two, I think that the gable portico, that roof is an important element of the structure. I think that, and that's regardless of whether it's the addition is flipped to the other side. I think that if I'm trying to frame these. I think that as presented, the overall top plate needs to come down. I am intrigued a little bit by the concept of maybe a mud sill, a step down at the connector level. The connector top plate can drop, the connector ridge can drop, and then obviously the whole structure of the addition. In addition to the whole structure of the addition dropping down, at least 8 to 12 inches. I think that in this location on the right, the dormer facing inward is inappropriate, and that would have to be removed. And that helps, to my mind, create a better sense of additive massing. If in addition, the shed roof forward turns into a hip at the shallow pitch presented so that you are diminishing its presentation a little bit, and it's kind of playing off the gable forward over the front door. I think those are my thoughts for now.
Could I ask just a quick question?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, so you're suggesting that that door and the connector piece go away, or is that the door?
Lower the top plate and lower the ridge, and then lower the other mass by you could use that as your transition if you got to step down. I don't know what your internal program is. And then somewhere in there, you could step down, and that would help lower the proposed addition. And then for me, the dormer facing in would need to go. However, that is not a front-facing roof. You could have a skylight or something there.
Okay, so
Could
the
I
door
have
can
one
stay.
more suggestion?
Abby, and then.
Okay, I was just thinking, had you thought of 6/6 windows instead of these 2/2s?
We could consider it. I think that it's a function what's there.
Right.
Okay.
And Val?
The other thought, now that it's been brought up, of moving it to the other side is, I think the lot slopes down that way, so that
does.
sort of helps too.
Yeah,
So
I mean, we
that's-
were, yeah,
yeah.
it would do. And we did actually look at the step down.
Yeah.
It does create like a step in somewhat of an awkward
I know,
space,
but it might help
I'll
overall.
let me see what I can come
Yeah.
up with. This has all been very helpful feedback, so.
And the house next to you that's going up is much larger, but it's not connected to a historic house. And so that gives you some leeway on the front.
Yeah,
too.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
put for context in terms of scale.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Let's see, Connie, you got a motion?
Let's hold for revisions.
On Connie's motion, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that carries.
Thank you very much.
The next one, Brooke is on his way, but he's not quite back to Nantucket yet, so please hold and he'll come in as soon as he can.
Okay, we will, on the instruction of Commissioner Oliver, hold these for a little while. No, thanks, Joe. Okay, that moves us to 63 Hinsdale.
Doesn't look like we have Tori either.
Is Tori here?
Yeah, she's on Zoom.
Oh,
Okay.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Tori.
Can everyone hear me?
Are you going to share screen or are you going to have us do it?
No, if you could please do it, that'd be great.
I'm sorry?
If you could please do it, that would be great.
Okay, great. Kindly direct staff through your presentation.
Sure. Could we scroll up, Fiona, to, I believe I started with some comparison sheets in the beginning? Or maybe they're at the end. Okay, I'll start talking while Fiona's looking for that. So we've reduced our overall plan quite drastically from our first submissions, hoping to meet each of your recommendations. We are proposing a 810 square foot ground coverage, single family dwelling now, utilizing less than 12% of the available ground coverage. It's 30 feet wide, 27 feet deep, 29 feet and 9¼ inches high, 6-panel front door. We've kept the dormer to the rear, Anderson double hung 2/1 windows, asphalt roof. And then I was hoping to talk about the comparison sheets. Can you not find them? Is Fiona driving?
Yeah. Sure, is it?
There should be one sheet that shows the 2 duplexes prior to this and then this design.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
No, that's not in the package.
Okay. So you may recall, I know you see a million applications. We started with a rather large duplex. I believe, if my memory serves me well, it was roughly 55 feet wide. We reduced that down to, I think, about a high 40s number that still wasn't working for you guys. And so we've gone the different route of a single family dwelling now.
Tori,
Yep.
I think where we're having a disconnect is, at least in what I'm looking, excuse me, Val, at least in what I'm looking at here, we're seeing the original, are we seeing the original structure? Because what I'm seeing is a structure that's,
No, that's the new, what we're proposing.
okay, this is what you're proposing, okay,
Correct. Yep. It's a single family dwelling now, not a duplex.
okay, okay.
And so I just wanted to say one more thing. We've also, as requested, provided photographic documentation and locus maps of the streetscape, the surrounding dwellings and buildings, all of which are, generally speaking, for the majority of them, much larger in scale. And then I do want to bring to your attention, if she needs to answer anything, that the owner, Michelle, should be on Zoom as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And your board is myself, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Val.
Yep.
Val, did you want to go?
Sure. I appreciate the reduction to a single-family dwelling hugely. Thank you very much. I think that's more in keeping with the neighborhood. And my only other comment would be the dormer face could drop down a little bit, and it's not going to impede your program on that floor. You gave a good example of a third floor dormer in this area at 17A Marianne. And if you look at that, you'll see what I'm talking about. There's no shingle course above the window, and
Okay.
it's down as far, and push it in a little bit, like a foot. It's not going to impede the third level program. So I think, thank you for the changes very much.
Great.
Okay, Val, thank you. Who wants to go next?
I'm happy to go.
Angus got there first. Angus?
I agree with what's been said. In addition to the dormer are the French doors facing west. And I would either make it a single door or if they're going to be double French doors, more the typical door with buttons and a kick panel. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
I appreciate that this thing has been cut in half just about. And if I look at the drawings, I'm going to take them literally. And I think that there's a couple of improvements that would be more in keeping with the context. I don't think you need to have such a extensive rake overhang. This, like the top floor of this looks like a bungalow. And I think you could have flush rakes without that pork chop return on the trim. And I question the 2/1 windows. I mean, you see those on bungalows, you see them on some homes in Brant Point. This is, I don't know, more of a traditional colonial, and I feel like 6/1s or 6/6s would be more appropriate, but it's such a vast improvement over the last few iterations. I don't think I'd be hung up on the fenestration as much as I am the rake overhang. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Okay, Abby?
Yeah, I agree with Joe on the overhang, and the 2/1 windows are kind of odd and adding to the oddity of, the size of this building. But the dormer in the back, it looks like it's reset, it goes back on the roof, but in the elevation on the west, it looks like it's flush. So I would prefer to have it go back up the roof, giving that a little, so that it's not a flush dormer. And I think the front door could use some sprucing up, it looks like more of a side door. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Okay, I guess that leaves me. So, yeah, eaves and rakes, traditional approach, dormer modifications. I think a little concerned about the overall height at 30 feet, basically.
Yeah.
And I think a couple people mentioned the windows, maybe we can see a 6/1 and a 6/6 version. Can we get a motion?
I'd
Steve,
like to make a comment on the motion, or however you do that.
Yeah, could I just respond to some of your comments first before you go to motion, please?
Briefly.
Sure. We're more than happy to switch to a 6/1 window. Do you think we could do an exhibit A with the rake and the overhang changes? More than happy to accommodate that.
I'd kind of like to see it personally, but I'm one vote. I don't know what's funny about that, Val.
I just said,
I don't know what's about it. So.
We're just trying to stay on schedule.
Gary, Tori, please. Val, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I was going to say, if you look at the examples that they gave, most of the windows in this neighborhood are 1/1. So 2/1 is an improvement, in my opinion. And I think that the overhang is just a drawing style of the modular company. And I personally would not have a problem approving it with some modifications per an Exhibit A.
And you believe the height is appropriate
In that area with these examples, yes.
on that little lot?
Sorry, Joe. That's okay.
Yes?
Yeah?
Okay, just want to make sure we have you on the record. What's the motion?
My motion would be to approve with an Exhibit A, making the mods to the overhang leaving the windows as they are and pushing the dormer back at least a foot so that there's less shingle space there like traditionally instead of a flush dormer, and maybe some extra trim around the front door.
I would suggest that maybe some extra trim around the front door is hard to draw on an Exhibit A. Do you want to rephrase that?
Some extra trim around the front door.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. Patience. All in favor of Val's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abby and me.
Thank you.
Okay. Move on.
I am not on the next one, even though I am listed there.
You're listed as recused.
Yeah, you're the same as you. You should have an updated agenda.
All right, guys, let's keep decorum, please. Val, if you have a problem with that, you can go sit out there. We're on to 8 North Mill Street. Hi, Robert.
Hello.
You've got a presentation, you want to do the presentation or want staff to drive it?
Staff can drive the
Okay, so
slideshow.
kindly walk them through as you go, please.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Robert Sarkeesian. I'm the owner of the 8 North Mill Street property. I want to begin by acknowledging a mistake I made. I misunderstood the status of my approvals and believed that a change had already been approved. I'm not a contractor or developer. This is not a spec house. This is my year-round home. I made an honest error and I sincerely apologize. It was certainly not deliberate. My house was moved 5 feet forward from the original approved plan, but the approved first floor height and its angle in relation to Angola Street were not changed. I'm here today to work with you with full transparency to find a fair and reasonable path forward. I have paid 10 times the as-built fee. As requested, I delineated the property line on Angola Street for your review and submitted a packet detailing everything clearly. In my packet, I have highlighted the approved revised sewer easement. It shows, and if you want to pull the third slide, please, from the top. There you go. And I don't know if you have the ability to make that horizontal. It doesn't. Okay, great. Thank you for doing that. It shows that moving east along Angola, more than half the house lies outside the 10-foot old sewer easement. The northeast corner of the house is about 15 feet away from the street, and at its closest point, it is 5.5 feet, which is the northwest corner of the house. Photos in the packet show that other structures along Angola Street are similarly situated, many ranging from 0 to 5 feet from the street. The slope of my structure is consistent with the existing neighborhood context, especially on the south side of Angola Street. And you can certainly, if you haven't seen the packet, you could scroll down. There's some great examples. Can someone help me do that? You can see retaining walls and on Angola Street. Page like 6, if you want to scroll. I'll talk while you find that. There will be no privet hedge along Angola Street side of the property. Instead, we plan to plant a mix of evergreens and smaller plantings in front of the water-struck brick veneer foundation. My builder has confirmed that there's adequate space to install the brick veneer properly, and David Gray is satisfied with my move as long as no trees are planted in the sewer easement area. His plan with signatures included in the packet, along with his email giving me the okay. A survey of the neighborhood shows numerous examples of exposed or raised foundations, some higher than mine, including the historic 1800s house just around the corner. My home's condition is consistent with what exists in the surrounding area. I appreciate your time, your review, and consideration. I'm committed to resolving this in a way that respects the board's process and the integrity of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Does anyone have any questions for Robert at this time? Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, for the record, this is a new dwelling and infill within our Quaker neighborhood within the old historic district, which also sits on a corner lot. And this is an as-built condition. The commission members requested this to be viewed and the site staked along Angola Street to show the property line, which you all saw. While the new 5-foot setback conforms to zoning, the increased distance towards Angola Street and the sewer department requirements of no, quote, deep-rooted landscaping within the easement between the house and Angola Street will not allow the previously approved one-row privet alongside property line. In addition, the Mueller family provided some neighborhood information included on the view pack. More importantly, photographs of the old garage that used to sit in this location. The third photo in this group of photographs is very clear of what the what the grade was prior to this redevelopment. The board requested a cross-section of the site showing the proposed versus the existing. I did not see this included within the resubmission, and I apologize if I overlooked that, but I did not see it. If boxwood shrubs are replacing the plant shown on the previously approved hardscape plan, then that plan needs to be updated to reflect that accordingly. Staff's recommendation would be to have the requested cross-section of the site and the revised landscaping plan to be submitted. However, the boxwood shrubs alone, I think, are not sufficient enough to mitigate the foundation height. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair, for your consideration. And I do notate that we have, in addition to Mickey here, hands raised from abutters.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Mickey, does your group have anything?
Yes. So the photographs certainly show how close the house feels to Angola Street and how steep the grade will be leading up to the foundation. It also indicates that the foundation's now going to have about a 2-foot exposure rather than what was approved at about 6 or 8 inches. So that alone will make the building feel taller than it was when it was approved. I think that according to the drawings, we're going to have the ridge will be about 32.5 feet above Angola Street. And it's obviously now 5 feet closer to the street than it was really expected. So, there's a few options. You could just approve it, allow them to leave it the way it is, but we feel
Mickey, I'm gonna, the board understands its role, and I'm not gonna get into having individuals explain to the HDC what its role is.
That's
So
fine.
if we could please stick to the architectural elements, I would appreciate it.
Okay, so I'm just saying that approving it would set a bad precedent. Another option is to move it back, obviously. And the third option would be to lower the roof line to a 1.5-story building. That would certainly soften the height of the building relative to its current new position closer to Angola Street. I'm also sort of curious about the cease and desist order that was issued on January 16th. It seems like a lot of work has been done since then. So I'm just curious as to how that, what is going on with that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So for explanation of cease and desist and the workings of the administrative side of it, you can touch base with Kathy Flynn in the office. And she'll direct you if there's somebody else appropriate, for instance, the building commissioner or otherwise, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, Holly, I do not have eyes in the back of my head. I think I'm gonna need them.
Natalie Kaufman.
Do we wanna, Natalie?
Hi, yes.
Hi, how are you? We're gonna ask, we're gonna request that, as with our preservation planner and the Historic Structures Advisory Group, as they have, to please address matters of architectural elements, and please don't be repetitive. Thank you.
Sure. I want to respect that. I was hoping to correct the record from the prior meeting that, just to put on the record, there isn't a stop work order from the building department. I just wanted to clarify that for the record. But in general, I will try not to be duplicative. I'm counsel representing the Mueller family, who submitted materials. Thank you to the commission and staff for reviewing them. I just want to emphasize that, as you know, the screening that was part of the original approval is no longer possible. I was also having difficulty reconciling the updated landscape plan with the originally presented one. This is a large structure on unnaturally steep grading. It's very close to Angola. Yes, only part of it, but as I know has been discussed, the entrance is not on Angola. So we just don't agree that this conforms with the streetscape and the neighborhood, and believe that there is a reason that the approval was given as it was. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Natalie, if you'd be so kind as to follow up with Kathy, I think it would be beneficial for you to cite, you don't have to get into it now, it's not relevant to our hearing, but cite your source for the lack of a stop work order. Thank you.
Sure. I did reach out to Paul Murphy directly, but I can email Kathy.
Okay, yeah, I think it'd be beneficial to have that in writing to to Kathy Flynn. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
For the record. Okay, so who is next? Anne, good afternoon, or almost good evening.
Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to weigh in here. I think that Holly's comments about the proximity of this house to Angola Street were appropriate. And I would just like to ask all of you to think about, what would Arthur Cooper think if he still lived on Angola Street? This may seem like a silly question, but I think most of you do know that the Garden of the Sea now has a special monument to Arthur Cooper. And that's a lot, sums up a lot the significance of what this site is all about. We believe very strongly that the people who are on Angola Street in this neighborhood should really honor the legacy of what this neighborhood is. The structures surrounding the pony field, there are 3 other abutters to the pony field, Pam Clark on both Candle and Angola, the Muellers on North Mill, and the Frascatis in the dollhouse over on Candle House Lane. Those houses are 1.5 stories, and they fit and work really well. And so I would just like to remind you that to try to bear in mind this historic context, the small houses and the special historic nature of the Garden of the Sea, because it's clear that this house is overbearing and really should not have this position on the street relative to surrounding structures and the garden itself. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ann. Who's next? Anyone else have their hand up?
Ann Davis.
I'm sorry?
Ann Davis.
Ann Davis? And I'm sorry, Ann, I meant to mention this before. If you are in a butter, please identify your street address. Ann, if you're trying to speak, we can't hear you. Still can't.
She's on mute.
Ann, you're muted. Still muted. Holly, is there someone else? Then we can go back to Ann once she gets the buttons figured out.
Mr. Chair, there's no other hands raised except for Ann Davis.
Okay. Ann, somewhere on your screen, there's a little microphone and it's got a red line through it. If you could click that.
Are you sure she's muted?
Now
can't
Mr.
hear her.
Mueller, Fred Mueller has his hand raised.
Can't hear.
Can you hear me? This is Fred.
Yeah, why don't we go, Mr. Mueller, what's your first name?
Fred,
Fred, why don't you go ahead, please?
I'm hoping the commissioners reviewed the one pager that I sent in and the master plan that I sent in that we developed when we started to sell these properties. We very carefully considered trying to maintain what we called the greenway views, especially up North Mill Street, but also down Angola Street. And I was the one that part and parcel put the 5-foot, as I said in the one pager that I sent, I was the one that put the sewer easement in because I was told that we had to have one and that a sewer line could not run in a setback. So in order to get a 10-foot setback, I stacked a sewer easement on top of a 5-foot ROH setback. And I thought that that would hold. I thought that that would hold and keep the view down Angola Street at least acceptable. I just want to make that clear. I would like to hear Mr. Sarkisian explain why he had to move 5 feet towards the Garden by the Sea and disregard what he clearly was approved to do. I would like to hear the explanation for that. Why? Why did the structure?
Mr. Mueller, we're not going to get into a back and forth between abutters and the applicant. If you want to address your concerns with respect to architectural elements or character and setting and proximity, that's fine. I would ask that you respect our process. Thank you.
Okay, be that as it may, then I'll just retract that question, but it's a curious one, isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you. And is Ann available? Ann Davis? Does she still have her hand up?
She still has her hand raised.
Is the chat facility enabled? We should get that so that if somebody tries to interact with us and can't, we can inform them and have written record of it.
Her hand just disappeared.
Okay. Okay, so it appears as if we've heard from individuals who wanted to speak, and now the individuals I would also like to hear from, please, are the members who are sitting. And again, that's myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Joe, and Connie is our alternate. Who would like to address concerns with respect to appropriateness?
Sorry.
Angus?
Angus isn't on the board.
Yeah, Angus is listed.
No, he's not. He is? Oh, I thought it was these, because you sat on the application.
Guys,
Not at the last meeting,
guys,
sorry. Okay, I
guys.
apologize.
So
The
I'm going to
original
say
meeting.
one more time. The board is myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Joe, and Connie is the alternate, at least insofar as what's presented within the agenda. Okay, Angus, would you like to take the floor again?
Well, I mean, I do have comments, but the ask when we ended the last meeting was for a section which Holly noted and I as well don't see in the revised application. So I feel like I'm kind of where we left off without the new information.
Okay, I don't recall a cross-section request. Well,
It was actually-
I'll listen to the meeting, but I don't recall it, that's all I'm saying.
Remember when I asked for stakes, but it didn't get on the thing?
Yeah.
At the very end, just before that, somebody asked for a cross-section.
Right, but it wasn't okay, so we're gonna back up on process for a moment. We made a motion, and that was what we officially requested. And I'm just saying, as a matter of process, neither the cross-section nor the staking were included in the motion. Now, however, the staking was asked for by more than one individual, and Linda, please, and it was observed by the applicant, and I had made note of it, and if I didn't see it, I was going to pursue it. And one of the interested parties in the neighborhood reached out and also emphasized the fact that it had been repeated in the meeting by more than one individual, one being Abby and the second being myself, acknowledging it. So that's a different matter, but I want to be clear on that. I'm not adverse to if we all want to hold this for a cross-section, but I want to be clear that that was not part of the proceeding as I recall. And as I said, I will go back and listen to it. But let's just be clear about where we are, and then we can decide where we're going to go with it. So Angus, is that you would prefer to not proceed without that?
I thought that it was a helpful suggestion. I believe that it was Ray, and he could confirm that, but I thought it was Ray, and I don't know who else, but I agreed with that thought of where is the building in relation to the grade as proposed and approved, and where is it now? Just that section facing Angola to see, how much with the building moving and the grade steepening, what was the real effect of that?
I can answer that.
Okay, so no, I don't want to go back and forth. I do recall Ray commenting upon the fact that it was moved forward and obviously made a monumental change. I think as opposed to going back and forth over the topic, I'm asking you, are you prepared to move forward without that or no?
If we are, but I thought that was an integral part of our next review.
No, I'm asking you. I'm trying to get a sense of the board here so we can decide, so I can determine what we're going to do. So if you could assist.
I will continue with review if the other commissioners are fine with it.
Okay. Does anyone feel that we have to have that cross-section to move forward? No. Okay. So
I don't.
Okay, so I just want to be clear and forthright in our communications for the record. Okay. So yes, would be helpful if you can't visualize the difference, but at the same time, no one is unwilling to move forward without that in hand. So Angus, I think we can safely go to you next.
Okay, so what I thought that section would show is how different what was approved is from what we're facing today as an as-built. In the drawings, the shingle line was the regular 6 to 8 inches above grade. On the application, it said 8 to 14 inches, but that wasn't the visual that we were looking at. And then the grade from there was subtle enough that it was possible, and also the distance from the lot line, that there was room for a minimal amount of planting. And so people talk about 5 feet, but this is twice as close to Angola, and it was approved. And the two-story gable facing is already imposing with what was approved. So this in my mind makes it a lot worse. And so in short, I don't believe as I was going to say as proposed, but as built, it's not appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, let's see, Ray?
Okay. First of all, I'm going to talk about the section, just to get that sort of off the table. What I did not there were a few things that I did not understand at the last meeting. One was, and this was the idea of the site section. One was whether the first floor, finished floor had gone up, therefore exacerbating this condition. If we're to believe our applicant / owner he has said that, the house has moved 5 feet closer to the setback, or to the property line, actually, but that the finished floor has remained the same. So the result of that is that simply all other things remaining equal, that the slope will be twice as high, rather than it being, 10 feet of run over X number of feet of rise. It's 5 feet of run over X number of feet of rise. Now, I want to also say that, as Robert pointed out earlier, these numbers are specific to the corner, like right at the corner of the building is where the building is at its closest to, with respect to the property line. From there on, it sort of angles back. So therefore, there's more room to spread it off. The other misconception that I was laboring under last time was when we were talking about the sewer easement and no planting could be done, I thought, okay, well, we're going to be looking at exactly what we have, which is grass and dirt. Turns out that you can't plant trees in the sewer easement for the simple fact that, like, if they need to get in there and fix something, they don't want to have to uproot a big tree, but they don't mind uprooting some shrubs. Okay, so that's good. The other thing I want to say is this is a Nantucket Historic District Commission Board cliche at this point, but I literally drive by this site every single morning to walk my dogs. Every single morning. And I looked over and I said, is this making a material difference? I mean, we're looking at dirt now, we're looking at plywood now, and of course, that's on everyone's mind, and it's, drawing your attention to it. The other examples, photographed examples in this package of other stuff that's on Angola Street that also happens to be sitting on like a really steep pitch, very close to the road, we've all gotten used to, and it's all, it's all fine. There's also been some mentions about, oh, well, this should have been a 1.5-story house. Well, the fact is, it was the design of this house was approved by this board, and we did not approve it as a 1.5-story house. We approved it basically the way that you see it right now, with the exception of this, grade, or the movement of the house closer to Angola Street. So does that, I mean, I feel like this has been a contentious application. It was finally approved. And now I feel like, well, maybe people get another bite at the apple because, there's this infraction. Well, I will certainly agree that it's an infraction. I would certainly agree that I would much rather not have to be here reviewing this. But at the end of the day, I ask myself, is this going to really be appreciably different than what we had approved months and months ago? So, and the answer is no. So I think as long as we have foundation planting, time is going to let this seed in, and it's an attractive building. As I drive by on the other side of the Pony Fields, looking over the Pony Fields to this building, I imagine it in its complete state with its landscaping and so forth, and I don't really see that it's incongruous or needs to go to a 1.5 stories or any of these dramatic measures, draconian measures. So my view is I would rather not be having to sit here doing this review, but have we just hit the straw that breaks the camel's back in terms of the approvability of this building? And my answer is no. So I hope that I've expressed myself well. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. Abby?
Thank you. I just drove by here on my way over just to see, just to refresh my mind what happened. And I took some pictures, but basically the sign that says, who did the construction work, that is on the line. If you take where the pink string that says where Angola Street is, it starts at that line and goes back. And it's actually quite severe. So I wrote this down because I had a couple of points and I didn't want to.
Please.
So the presence of this house on the corner is too imposing now, with not a lot of vegetation to soften it. A line of boxwoods will not soften this. I'm also curious is what's going to happen to the neighbor's house to the left of this now that this is 5 feet more on Angola. And there were some people that were rationalizing about this house. They were referring back to the garage that was there. Well, the garage that was there was not even a story and a half, and it was set further back. And I don't think it's a good analogy. And I think other people have talked about other houses on the street being right on the road. The fact that this is on a corner, and that's what makes it so imposing. And it's just in command. And the time that I see it is when I'm coming down New Dollar Lane and I'm looking right at it, and it's a very imposing sight now. So it's already a pretty densely built up development now. And I think this just adds to that denseness and it's taking away from, the historic neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Let's see, Joe.
Well, there's a lot of emotions around this project for sure. And I think I'm just going to have Ray speak for me from now on. I think Ray captured a lot of what I was thinking here, trying to be, the pros and cons of this, and same sentiments about having to sit here and weigh in on it, and also in the bigger picture, we don't want to set precedent for disregarding an HDC approval, and so look at that as a member and think, well, it's easy to get upset about that sort of stuff and then react emotionally as well. And I think, I want to look at this subjectively. And, when you look at it from across the garden, that movement of 5 feet this way or that way, I think it has a minimal effect on this. When you're at the corner, it definitely has an effect. One of the things I mentioned at the last meeting was not really a site section, but a streetscape, which I suppose is a section through the street with a view of what Angus was describing, what was previously approved relative to grade and what is there now. We know that it's going to get steeper if this building stays as is. It's going to get steeper on Angola. And the question was unanswered about vegetation. Well, now it's answered. We can have vegetation. Can't be a privet, but I think it would benefit everybody at the table and the applicant and I think the abutters if we were looking at a comparison of what was approved and where it is now, because then we don't have to rely on the applicant's word to say that it hasn't changed in height. We can see what the relative height is. My recollection with respect to grade, I didn't sit on the application, but there was a lot of conversation about grade, and this lot has to be one of the most challenging lots in this whole area to be working on. And there's a lot of, when you make a subdivision on a hill, neighbors aren't, how do I put this? The property lines aren't always congruent with respect to grade, and you get retaining walls and landscape walls and steep pitches, and all of those things there are examples of that all over this area. And I think, in my recollection about how that grading unfolded, was that to mitigate the grade on the grade transition where the garage is, the grade came up, which increased the grade well beyond what the grade was when that garage was there on site. So I think the romantic photographs of the existing garage are kind of irrelevant, because there was already an approval to raise the grade. And the question is, what does that look like? What did it look like when it was approved? That drawing exists. What does it look like now? And I think it would be helpful to actually see the height of the landscape that was going to block this. If we're talking about an almost 30-foot tall building, how tall is the privet? 8 feet? 10 feet? You still have 20 feet of building above it. You could plant grasses there, presumably, and have those be 6 feet or 8 feet. I would think that, and then as Ray pointed out, the amount of vegetation can increase as you go back on the lot. So I would love to see a streetscape of North Mill Street, because I think that it would help to just graphically represent what is actually transpired. My gut feeling is that I think that it's going to look okay in this, but I would still like to be convinced. And I think the other thing that I mentioned that I think is a net improvement, setting aside your proximity to Angola, is that you're no longer 9 feet away from the garage. You're 14 feet away from the garage. And if you look at that site plan, the house looks like it's on top of the garage. And certainly helped what happened on Angola, but to me, that you look at the streetscape on North Mill, and I think having that separation is actually going to be helpful. So for me, that's a little bit of a mitigating factor. And then, I guess separate from the move, I'm unconvinced that the house is detailed in a way that allows for a brick foundation in the same plane as the wall shingles, unless it's a thin brick veneer, or there's some water table detail that I'm not aware of, but that's where I think the elevations would help. Because you could mitigate the height of the foundation by extending the plywood down and having the shingles come over the wall more than they typically would if the amount of exposed face is too much. But I'm not convinced that the brick works there, and I think we should really get that issue resolved. Otherwise, we're going to be back talking about that detail. And if it's only 8 inches of exposed foundation with foundation plantings, how important is the brick? Anyway, those are my comments. I think a street view would be very helpful to include the adjacent property all the way down through the garden. Okay.
Thank you.
Sean.
Appreciate it. So before us is an initial essential question, and it's very simply, is what has been constructed appropriate within the broad range of appropriateness? Abby spoke. Everybody spoke. So again, the initial essential question is what has been constructed within the range of appropriateness or not? It's very simple. That's what's before us. We have an as-built. Along the lines of what's been discussed, I want to say too, precedent, infractions, penalties, mitigation, those are set aside for the moment. We're determining if it is appropriate or not. We can measure it against what was previously approved or not. That's up to the individual. It can be up to the group as a vote. For me, I want to say a streetscape, I've never heard a streetscape referred to as a cross-section in 7 years here. So I think that's kind of a stretch. The other thing is that we did hold this for a view. We did not only hold this for a view, we held it for members to go out and inform themselves on potential solutions, i.e. what is appropriate, and therefore conversely what is not. So for me, I think for the record, it would be helpful to have a streetscape, but for determination of what were the essential question we're seeking to answer, I'm looking at what's in front of me, and I'm looking at what the potential, if it is deemed to be potentially appropriate, what the potential solutions can be that are appropriate in the eyes of the commission. And if it is deemed not to be appropriate, then we have a discussion down that avenue. So with respect to appropriateness, I lost a lot of sleep on this one. It is because I have had to date great difficulty as the person who's facilitating the meetings and trying to maintain process and procedure as a responsibility, the concept of this being appropriate, because it does, to my mind, bring up questions that are almost inseparable with respect to infractions, penalties, mitigation. So I've been wrestling with that since this came in. I'm still wrestling with it. I will probably be wrestling with it for quite some time. As you know, trying to take the initiative, I will be proposing some best practice modifications for the HTC to consider and review and implement almost immediately regards these types of topics to try and foreclose a floodgate opening, depending on the outcome of this one. So that's a lot there. With respect to the particular application and my thoughts, I believe it was in its prior location, it was, oh, there's one other thing I wanted to address. It is my understanding that the height of the floor structure was an initial question and a primary concern. It was a primary concern of myself, it was a primary concern of the preservation planner, and others who became involved after the fact. We were informed, Holly, correct me if I'm wrong, that the surveyor has indicated that the height of the finished floor has not changed. Now, if we don't have that in writing, then I would request that we get a copy of that certification so that there's no question in anyone's mind, because it's under the stamp of a licensed surveyor. And they are working as, you know, they have due diligence and honorableness and all these other statutes and whatnot that they need to observe. So if that's not on file, I would request that be placed on file, because that is, I believe, very relevant. But I also wanted to inform members that from what I had heard from discussion in the office, talking to staff about this, is that that had been certified as not having changed. So that's an open question. I too was concerned about the sewer easement and plant material, mitigation. I am much more concerned about the fact that with the 10 feet, it would have been nice to have a couple of street trees there that were columnar and appropriate for the area to try and visually mitigate the mass of that structure along the street, being Angola Street. We've lost that opportunity. I'm not certain how much of an opportunity we had given the slope that was going to be there. I also have been looking at appropriateness by going around Mulberry and Pleasant and Back Street and various others. And I'm concerned with the concept of trying to mask this if it is deemed to be appropriate, whereas as is. I will, if it is determined by the commission to be appropriate, whereas somewhat as is, I personally would be looking for inspiration based upon structures with exposed foundations that are close to the street, such as on Mulberry. Further down toward Orange Street on Mulberry, there's a foundation. It's got a couple of hatches in it, door hatches. It's painted gray. It's got mixed materials. It's so ugly, it's beautiful. I mean, it's been there forever and a day. The idea of dressing this up all nice and pretty and then kind of masking it a little bit with a hill, I'm concerned about, because I'm concerned about, well, does that foreclose I think it's 4 Angola, has a brick sidewalk. Does landscaping material here foreclose the concept of sidewalk in that area? I'm not suggesting a sidewalk, but I'm just trying to look forward on this because if it is determined to be appropriate, it is going to be, we are creating Nantucket's history now. And the character and setting of these streets, even though this at one point was rural, believe it or not, the expansion of the town area and the walking is to have sidewalks. So I don't know, I'm just, some thoughts I'm having on this. I don't sense we talked about, it seems that we've got 2 who believe inappropriate outright. At least one who would like further consideration, and one who's on the fence, and one who deems that on basis it's appropriate. This is new territory for me. I have no interest in kicking this down the road, but I need to get a better understanding of how we want to proceed. In the end, we have to make a decision, and we need to make it as a group, as a vote by motion, right?
I should always let Joe do my talking for me. He did, actually. So one of the things that I was thinking about, it hasn't been discussed at all. We've talked about the brick veneer. We've talked about this, the steepness of the bank, you know, and the fact that if we had more room, it would be less steep, et cetera, and how much foundation is exposed and all that. And Joe quietly brought up this idea that, you know, anyone who's in the architecture design community out here is employed on numerous occasions, which is running the plywood long. Like right now, your plywood is going right below your plate and it's stopping. You can run the plywood long, you can add an extra 2 courses of shingle, then people think your floor is down there, then you go 8 inches below that, that's 18 inches, and you have less slope. It's an easy remedy. It's something that you know, you're not going to rely on a thick or a tall brick veneer that, PS, depending on the vegetation that's being used, is not going to be seen at all, nor is most of what I just described, which is the pulling the shingles down. But it is a way of being able to get the grade to be lower without having the big, how did you say, so ugly it's beautiful type foundation, because I agree that's possible, but it's not easy to pull off.
No, I don't disagree with you.
You know, so, I mean, rather than do that, I would rather 2 courses of shingles, 10 inches, boom, you know, now we have less grade that we need to reconcile. Anyway, just throwing that in there.
Okay.
Can
Abby?
So, off of Ray's comment there, if you bring down 2 courses of shingles, isn't that going to have the perception of it being even taller than it is? Because on that side, I think somebody said from the, like 35 feet.
I don't think it's
28 feet is the
possibly
fence.
be 35
Well, the
feet.
house, but from the.
Street.
From the road. So,
Well, you know, maybe so.
I'm not sure that's going to be perceived as,
Well, I think, you know, Abby, the only way I could answer that question is to say that the height of the building is the height of the building vis-a-vis the streets. That, like that, unless the board decides to turn it into a 1.5-story house, which I would be frankly against, you know, it is what it is, and this is just one way of like mitigating that. That was my only point. You know, it's not going to make the building less tall, definitely not.
no, I said perceived.
Yeah, okay,
Because-
understood.
Yeah, okay. And my other question that Joe brought up was about the material on the foundation. Like, how is that going to be resolved now that it's a more foundation now? What is that material going to be? Because I think it was supposed to be brick,
It was.
but.
Brick veneer, okay.
Water-struck brick veneer was approved. That's
Water-struck
what, and
brick
there's
veneer.
room for it. That's what it's going to be.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on,
it's brick
guys, through
veneer.
the chair, please.
Sorry.
Okay, so water struck brick veneer, it was approved for the.
And that's what
Joe?
you intend now.
I just wanted to make one clarification. Streetscape, in my mind, and an elevation are by definition a section. So if you're looking at an elevation of the building and you're taking it from the street, you're showing the street and then you're showing the building. And that's what I meant by cross-section.
Yeah, I think we can move past that, Joe.
Well, I think that there's some value in seeing a
Yeah, I get it,
elevation
but
side by
The
side.
semantics of the words aren't relative. If we want to, I think where we are at this point, unless I'm misreading the group, is that we're beginning to discuss what is appropriate treatment of the existing circumstances. And I would like to get, and, not a motion vote, but I want to get a clear indication whether there's a majority on this track, because otherwise we're going to be having a discussion again and again about whether it's appropriate or not. And I'm not saying we need to go one way or the other, but in order to facilitate discussion in a meaningful way, I need to have a better read.
Do you want one from me?
Yes, please.
Okay, well.
I know what you said
I'm gonna reiterate, but having seen it built there, looking across, looking at it in context, the full-scale model, so to speak, I really, really don't think that the 5 feet that has been changed with respect to the corner is the straw that broke the camel's back and turned it from being an approvable project to being a not approvable project. I want to be very clear on that. I would like to see foundation planting, but apparently that's in the plan. There are members of this board who have said, well, a little bit of ilex or whatever else it was that was being proposed is not enough. Well, then how much is enough? I mean, there are shrubs that, well, Joe mentioned grasses, which I
Hydrangeas
don't
can be
necessarily
5
think
feet
are
tall.
appropriate, But,
No.
hydrangeas get to be 6 or 7 feet high.
Guys,
Anyway.
sorry. No, you're good. I just want to have this discussion because I don't think we're going to, unless I'm misreading, I don't think we're settling this at the moment. We want to look at the hardscape. I just want to get a better idea.
Was I clear?
You're clear that
Okay.
you believe that this is approvable subject to some challenging discussion about solutions, I think, is where
But
you're at.
Okay, my solutions are limited to type of vegetation, how to deal with the foundation, that. My solution is not to rip the roof off or to rip the foundation out and move everything back 5 feet. I just don't think that this is that egregious that it would warrant that kind of a solution. That's my honest opinion.
Okay, no, that's
There I
why
am.
we're here. Joe?
I agree with that 100%. And my only comment about the streetscape that I thought would be helpful to the board is that it's also, I think, a net improvement on the North Mill Street side because of the separation between the two buildings. And you have to think about both buildings together. So I echo exactly what Ray said.
Okay. Angus?
We're used to having a clear, defined picture of what we're approving. And I don't feel like we're really able to look at that comparison. And therefore, I think a streetscape showing landscaping and how the slope is. I understand, this is an approved structure, and from a distance, the elevation isn't that different, but it's not like moving from 55 feet to 50 feet away from a street. This is twice as close, the grade is twice as steep, the planting is dramatically reduced. All these were factors in the approval to for its appropriateness. And it's, to me, it's a dramatic change that needs to be mitigated in some other way than, I don't even know what the mitigation is. I don't think any of us have a clear picture of what that is. The shingle idea of coming lower on the foundation changes the proportions. The windows, are now twice as close as they were before, and they're vinyl, right? As opposed to wood windows?
Pardon me?
The windows?
Like Anderson's?
Are they?
They're Marvin wood windows.
Okay, guys.
Anyway, so it's just the things that we're used to houses being close to the street, but they're older ones with older details, and this, my concern is that all these factors combined are making it feel inappropriate. So I guess I would feel more comfortable with a clear picture of where this gets from what the pictures we're seeing as built to what the finished product is going to look like. Whether that is an elevation and to section, but a steep slope grows grass well, but I'm not sure what else. So that's where I am. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Abby?
Unfortunately, I find it inappropriate, and I do not have a fix for it. I think maybe having a streetscape that had some detailed elevations on it, so we could see, so we can imagine what this is going to look like. I think it's really hard to vote on this without seeing that streetscape and seeing how, to me right now, looking at this, it looks severe and it just looks really odd to me to have that steep slope going down to Angola. So, well, I would like to see that as a drawing. So that's where I am.
Okay, thanks. So my feelings on this is that, I don't think we could get, and I'm going to condition this on a subsequent comment, I don't think we can get a better streetscape than literally walking down the street. Like, you can't see any better about what it's going to look like if it doesn't change. You can literally see it in the context that it will be viewed in perpetuity, which is as a pedestrian walking down the street, viewing the slope, viewing the structure, viewing the neighboring slopes, immediately adjacent, further down the road. I think that a streetscape hardline drawing of the existing conditions along that street are actually going to make the case more for the applicant than for anyone who is opposed to this. Because if you look at the homes on Angola, many of them have, not many, but some of them have steep slopes close to the street and foundation exposed, at least as much as is shown here, or if not more. So I don't know that what that accomplishes at this juncture. However, it may be useful to have a streetscape, which could be determined to be a section view, when we come up with a potential solution, because that will be different than what I presume it may be different than what we currently see in the pictures and when we walk down the street. And I think a graphic representation of that may be helpful, but I know a graphic representation of that is going to be required for an approval, because we're not going to make an approval without a set of drawings. So that's where I would suggest we would concentrate that focus. I'm just one person here, I understand it, but I think we're going to have more utility in that regard. It does sound as if we're focusing on this being approvable subject to modifications and perhaps some other, specific conditions or restrictions. So as opposed to, and Robert, I apologize in the sense that we don't, as a commission, want stuff drawn out and dragged out. But I think it's respectful to our process that what we would be looking for based upon information, comments made here today, is additional information in terms of some drawings that show us what you're proposing. Are you proposing to keep the slope as it is? Are you proposing to drop the shingle line? Are you what plant material are you proposing? Where are you proposing it? Now, I understand you have the hardscape, but does it take into consideration potentially lowering, adding shingle rows? Does it take into consideration points that another member made about the solution here is to replicate what historically happened, which would completely change that grade there? That was me. I think that where we're probably at now is looking at those representations, right?
So Lyman Perry coined this term back when he was doing Penske's house out in Pocomo. He referred to the lighthouse that they built out there as a full-scale mock-up. And so, I mean, it's money out of your pocket, but go see Craig Benny at Surfing Hydrangea. Get yourself some nice big ilex that are balled and burlapped. Dig some holes around the corner. Throw those balled and burlap things in there and decide whether, we're going to see the foundation, not see the foundation. And if we don't like them, or if you don't like them, you pull them out of the ground and you give them back to Craig. What?
Yeah. Linda,
No, this is not for permanent. This is just for everybody to see. Take a balled and burlapped ilex and throw it in the ground and take it out 4 hours later.
Yeah. Abby?
I just want to say that's a great idea, but what I'm curious about is where's the curb? Where's the curb on this street?
There isn't.
So
There isn't one, and I don't think there will be one.
So it just goes berm down into the,
Yeah, like right now, the grass just ends and turns into dirt. It's very informal.
Yeah, there is, did you have anything else you want to add? So this is kind of what I wanted to start to get into, like graphical representations of solutions is, further down the street, there are curb implementations. One of them is pressure treated, one of them is granite. Again, looking forward, what's going to happen in the next 10 years or so? Maybe I'm ahead of my time, maybe I don't know what. But I think at the very least, that concept of a transition from the yard to the street is an important one. I think it needs to be a structural element, architectural element, not just a transition in grade. I also believe that that the lighthouse was a full-scale mock-up and beneficial to us along the lines of what Commissioner Pohl has suggested is, take half of this, of the main structure, or a third, one corner out 10 feet or 12 feet, and shingle it. Drop a couple rows of shingles, bring the shingles up, 6 rows, layer in a square of shingles, and set the grade to that. And then on the other side of the house, which is towards North Mill Street, leave the grade where it is, add the topsoil, put some inkberry in there, another 12 feet wide or so, from the corner towards the shingled portion, and give us a visually graphical representation of what we're going to see. We can go and look at it, and it's relatively short money to come up with a potential solution. Now, I'm just going to say, because I think it warrants it. We may have something in our mind's eye that when we see this, these solutions don't match. So don't, invest yourself in that this is the ultimate solution, because it may just give us an idea to finalize something else. I do believe that whatever gets finalized would need to have a architectural element transition from the grade to the street. Does anyone want to add to that before we make a motion?
Yeah. I
Just
would
to-
ask-
Hold
go
on,
ahead.
hold on.
Just,
Ray, then you guys.
just a quick question on the curb.
Yeah.
Ordinarily, the curb is like in the way, in the roadway, and is therefore.
Always in the way. John used to hit him and get flat tires.
But it's a DPW thing as opposed to a private individual. You're suggesting that the curb in this case be on the property line.
Yeah, like a retaining wall.
Right?
He's 5 feet from his property line is adjacent to the way, so it would be right on the property line, his property, side of the property line.
Okay, well, all right, good. Then I think, yes, that's another way of reconciling some of this grade.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Now, I want to say something because I want to finish the thought. And what I was alluding to the applicant and the applicant's agent, there's no guarantee that these are going to work. You know, it may actually it may create a perception or determination in the members' minds who thinks these are going to be solutions that we got to do something else. Now, we're going to have to review that when we get to that point. Angus and then Abby.
I appreciate the comment about, okay, it is what's there. But what's there is different from the picture. So I totally get the added architectural plan. But in this picture here, you can see that the grade actually is starting out here in Angola Street and going back to what is 4 times as much wall as we are seeing in the original elevations. So, if the line actually starts where the red line is at the elevation of Angola and then goes up from, I think you've got a good suggestion of what is this really going to look like?
Yeah, and I apologize. Implicit in what we want to see it is when we're looking at it, we want it to replicate the actual grade that will come down to Angola. Now, on one of those installations, you may have, perhaps on the planted one, I don't really know which, have a couple pieces of landscape timber down there to represent a curb. And then do your transition from what grade will be down to the curb to the street. And actually, I would do it on both of them. I think that that's a fair representation because each corner facing the house from Angola, you're going to present a solution, a potential solution for us to base further discussion on. No one is saying that the left, we'll call that L because I'm really imaginative, and the right, we'll call that R. No one is saying that the representations that you create, the L and the R, are going to be the solutions. We're saying we want to see these in situ so that we can make a more informed decision. Linda, we're going to go down the path we need to go down to for our process because we're in a position that we've been put in. Abby, did you want to add
Yes,
anything?
I did ask about the house next door, like, how does this affect that? And I also am not clear on the cease and desist. I thought there was a cease and desist, which I thought meant no work, but.
So I can answer those if you want. But
Yes,
okay.
I'd like to know
So
because
the-
every time I go by, they're working
The
on it.
neighbors issue, I mean, look, where more is there an issue than 21 Pleasant and 2 Candle House? What happened to the neighbor? I mean, we've got one that's sunken down like 3 feet and the other one has a grade that's up high. The grades here are relatively similar. There's a garage that is a buffer. I believe that helps. I'm not saying it makes it great, but the garage location and grade haven't changed, correct?
Nothing.
Okay,
no
just yes
elevation
or no?
change.
Yes?
Correct.
Correct, thank you, or correct, okay. So the grade on the neighbor side hasn't changed at all as it transitions past the garage to the house. But again, we can see what it will look like when we're out there.
Sorry, I meant the other way, going down Angola.
There's nothing there, it's on the corner.
I know, but the house next, that's also going there.
My neighbor wrote a letter of support for my
Yeah.
5-foot
Okay.
move. It's in the.
Guys, stop, I am really not gonna go down there, Linda, please. So I would suggest you do a view, Abby, just to focus on that. My understanding is that the grade hasn't changed. We can make we can literally have that grade shot as part of our approval if we decide to give an approval on any solution and benchmark those and make it part of the conditions. And then we can come up with a clever way that if something isn't done the way we asked this time, that there's going to be $1 billion owed to the town for educational purposes. The point I wanted to get, I wanted to answer your question. That there's a difference between a stop work order and a cease and desist. A cease and desist is issued by the HDC to put the applicant on notice that they need to cease and desist work based on the fact that they're working outside of their COA. Stop work order is a functional element under the building code, which indicates that something is not in conformance with requirements and therefore the work should stop. Under both of those instances, with respect to, in one regard, cease and desist, and with respect to functionality under the building code, making a structure safe and weather tight is not prohibited. However, in all instances, any activity on the property after either of those has been issued, and there's an attorney in the audience who can back this up, I don't think it's necessary. Any activities undertaken after a cease and desist or stop work order are at risk, which is to say that the owner of the property is at risk to have to rip it off if it's not part of a final solution. So I don't know what activity is going on over there, if any, but that's more than we need to know. It's not part of our purview, but I wanted to answer it because there's people who are obviously interested in the audience. Okay, we're going to take very brief comments and then we're moving to a motion on this because we need to figure out what we want to do. Who are the persons?
Ann Dewey's.
Hi, Ann.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I just wanted to make 2 points of order. The first is that I have a transcript of the meeting from 2 weeks ago. And in fact, the request for the cross-section was a part of the motion. So I'm happy to send you that transcript if it would be helpful. The second thing I'd like to do is correct an error that I made when I talked about the 1.5-story houses. They are around the Garden of the Sea, the relevant property, not the Ponyfield. So I apologize for that error.
Thanks, Ann. Who was the other person, Holly? Hi, Fred. Please go ahead.
Hi, I just want to say we have a developed plan to complete, to repair North Mill Street after all this construction is over. And it does not include curbs of any kind. It includes fencing like the Ponyfield. It includes a lot of items. It includes a 16-foot wide way. And all properties on the private way will enjoy additional frontage, actually, because the way is 40 feet wide. So what will end up in front of the Sarkisian house will be more than the 10-foot setback. It's hard to codify right now. And then also I'm underway of developing plans to push my parking space at 3 North Mill Street into an alcove to be dug out. That'll be an application by me. That would happen concomitantly with the improvements to North Mill Street, which will go back to looking, quiet, please. We'll go back to looking much more like the lane it was, with an apron up on top, with water handling features and all kinds of things.
Mr. Mueller?
Yep.
I'm sorry, are you stating that the North Mill is a 40-foot way?
It's a 40-foot way. Yes,
Right,
it is.
and the way, to correct me if I'm wrong, terminates at the applicant's property line?
Um,
In the map.
yes, I believe it does. Yes, I believe it does. But practically speaking, it's a private way.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
very-
I know that we're not I just want to be clear, we're not referring to work in or on the private way, nor are we actually even saying that the work will be done if a curb is going to be part of the solution. We're just looking at matters that have been discussed at the table this evening.
I thought you said that there might be a curb going up North Mill. Maybe I
No,
misunderstood.
no, we haven't, we actually, I don't know that we've actually even talked about North Mill yet. So, no one's mentioned North Mill and a curb. Angola Street, having at least 2, if not more, properties with curb was brought up as a discussion element to pursue the concept, to determine whether that concept has any validity once we see it in the field. Okay. Anything else?
Mr. Chair, can I get a chance to respond to anything?
Robert,
Okay, sorry.
I don't
Just ask.
think, yeah, I don't
Diane
see.
got to speak twice, but I can only speak once.
You can speak if you'd like to, but
Well,
please keep it to 30 seconds.
I'll be very brief, just that, to Abby's question, there were structures, and in the last presentation, we had provided the Sanborn maps. There was a 2-story building where I'm building before the garage that was knocked down about 10 years ago. There was also a building long and linear that was right on the road on Angola. So historically, we're going back 100 years. Both properties were developed and both were right on the street of Angola. Just putting that into perspective, and it was included in the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, just for what that's worth.
Are you good formulating a motion, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the only thing I want to address in the motion to put this to bed one way or the other, because I don't have a horse in the race, I want to facilitate, is whether, if you could determine what you want to include in your motion with respect to the necessity for a streetscape, whether it would be a future, a potentially future element after we take a look at what's in the field, if you even want to address it, as opposed to creating one now. Because we keep getting discussion coming up about having a streetscape created now versus created, if it's going to be created, after we actually have seen it.
My motion is going to somewhat leave the options open to the applicant.
Thank you.
To a certain extent, in the same way that we leave options open to applicants that are asking for an addition, and we say it's too tall, and we say it's too wide, or whatever. And my motion would be something like this. We're going to hold this for more information that would give us the board, a better picture of what the final result will be visually. And that can be as limited to a site plan where you identify shrubbery, which I believe you've already done, which is, kind of sort of okay, to a section has been mentioned. All right, well, that might edify us somewhat. Streetscape has been mentioned by Mr. Paul, and another board member who, one of you mentioned a full-scale mock-up, can't remember who, but it was me. Yeah, and so I personally think that if you're able to give us the more accurate, the more we can visualize and get a grasp of what it is going to look like at the end of the day, that is going to provide this board with the security to be able to move forward with a positive recommendation. So I'm not going to tell you to go out and buy plants that are balled and burlapped and put them in the ground. That's at your discretion. But collectively, the board is looking for more information, and you've heard opinions from the board members about what that information is, to give us a degree of comfort as to where this is going. That's my motion.
Okay, and I'm going to take the unusual step of being the one who seconds it for discussion.
Okay.
So for me, on this motion, I am concerned that we're going to be back where we are now without having seen what one of our members so wisely suggested, which is a full-scale mock-up on site, which we discussed at length, which is the left-right models with the shingle drop on one side, 5 or 6 courses high, 10 feet wide, 12 feet wide, change the grade, take it down to Angola. On the grade it will have to follow. On the other side, correct the grade to be what it will have to be to come down to Angola, and add the plant material.
I know where you're going.
But that would be why I will be voting no.
No on my motion is currently stated.
Yeah.
So, Robert, wait, no, hold on, Robert. Are you okay doing what Stephen is suggesting doing?
We are continuing with the shingling to get my house weather tight. So there will be shingles on that elevation. So I don't,
Do you, A, understand what
I'm not
Stephen?
sure if I do. So-
Okay, Stephen is saying on one side of the building, I believe the Angola side, run the shingles down 2 courses, further than they are right now. Show us a little bit of the brick veneer. Don't run the shingles down on the North
Mill Street.
Mill Street.
Yeah.
Alter the grade and throw in some shrubs. You don't need to unball them because they're temporary. We're only, it's literally a full-scale mock-up is what we're asking for. No, I mean, Stephen is not asking for
The
that.
concept came up,
Basically dress the corner 2 different ways, one looking one way and the other looking.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? Just so. in
That is
layman's
what
terms,
Stephen is saying.
Dress
Yes.
both the corner of North Mill and Angola.
okay. Can I have the floor back? Thank you. So the concept was brought up by a member. It was further detailed by the chair in order to facilitate having an actual streetscape to view as opposed to having a drawing. Now, we have a motion on the floor, and we're going to pursue it. Thank you. On Ray's motion, all in favor, say aye.
Oh, okay.
Aye.
Okay.
Got it.
Would you like to rephrase it? To the
Did it die?
mock-up? Yeah.
It
There was
did die.
2 ayes.
Oh,
Well,
Let me just, I just have to make sure, so you, what, 5 feet to the left?
No, no,
5
hang on.
feet to the-
no.
That wasn't
Let me
part of the
back up.
motion.
Ray has made a motion, which I don't have an issue with other than facilitating moving the ball forward to get more information. And that information can be at the applicant's discretion. It could be landscape plans, sections, it could be a mock-up, it could be what they prefer. For the
To show
purposes,
us more what.
Yeah.
right, at their preference, at their discretion. So I seconded the motion to say, I believe it would benefit all parties to not have the discretion be in the applicant's lap and have it be a mock-up. So then we can look at something, and then if we want more information, we can request specifically what we want. That's I'm just being clear on what's being discussed. No, Linda, please.
No, it's,
Friendly amendment?
It's not,
Linda, please
We're
stop.
clarifying-
Let me do my job up here.
we're trying to clarify a vote. And it appears that some members weren't clear, I feel like I'm at an annual town meeting, about what, and I mean that in a good way, because sometimes I'm one of those people who aren't sure what happened on the floor. All we're trying to do at this moment is clarify what Ray's motion is. And it's, the applicant at its discretion provides additional information. That could be drawings, it could be sections, it could be streetscapes, it could be any of those, and in addition, they could do a full-scale mock-up. That's what Ray's motion
And
is.
Stephen,
Yeah.
on that, I do not mind modifying my motion to include your language.
If you're good with that,
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Totally good. Well, I'm good with that because it sounds like the applicant's good with that.
Okay.
I just didn't want to, do a motion like, it's like saying, well, we want to see the whole addition built before we'll approve it as a full-scale mock-up. That's onerous.
Wow.
I know, it's not that onerous.
It's a little hyperbole.
Okay, so, Stephen, I'm going to modify my motion to basically include the full-scale mock-up that you have described. That is my modified motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. On Ray's motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
There we are.
So, and your motion included to have the hardscape track because there may be modifications.
It
that
did,
require-
Stephen.
Yeah. Yeah, so with the hardscape is tracking, you
Yep.
can explain what that means to Robert, and we're good to take a break. for
We have no
7
pizza
minutes.
again. No, we don't have pizza again. I don't, what was the name of that place again?
Delivery.com. And
Delivery dot.
Tammy has an account set up.
Well, the only problem is Tammy's away for 2 weeks, so I'm just gonna.
Oh.
I'll cobble it
She
together.
might just be able to send you the password, the username and password. I don't know if you're in contact with her at all.
She's in Aruba. Maybe. I haven't texted her since she left.
I don't know what her login information was. It'd just be easier, because the order, I mean, literally you'll log in and hit repeat.
I might be just anyway, because.
The way it was set up.
Yeah, wasn't it? Oh, that's what we were paying for.
Yeah. And it's just a suggestion if you're, you know, facilitate it. If she's not in, if you can't reach her, you can't reach her. All right, so we're taking a short break. If you want to
Let's see. Abby? Chip is the sport court.
Yes, I am ready to present the sports court if you would
Well,
like to see
I
it.
think, so everybody except Stephen is back in order here. So we're going to move forward with 79 Pocomo without Stephen. So Chip, it would be myself, Abby, Val, who's now on Zoom, and Angus. Are you okay with that? Oh, actually, we got Connie. Let's pull Connie in. Connie, you good? This is the sports court at 79 Pocomo. Everybody good? Okay, Chip, go.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant for proposed sports court at 79 Pocomo. If I can share the screen, I'd like to present it.
Yep.
Okay. I think you need to unshare. There we go. This was viewed at an original meeting. At the meeting, there were two requests of the board. One was to put some poles up, the location of the proposed court, and the second was to provide a landscape plan to show buffer and so forth. So in the lower left, we have the locus to show the location of the property. We have a schematic site plan to the right, but more importantly, we have a proposed landscape plan created by Mark Lombardi. So let me just blow this up a little bit and walk everyone through that. Okay. At the front of the property, you can see the drive coming through. So Mark is proposing some additional berming, not huge berms. They range from 2 to 3 feet, sort of spread on either side of the drive. And then in addition to that, lavish landscaping and all of the proposed plantings and so forth, how many there are and what type they are all on this drawing. So that's it. So turn over to comments and feedback from the board. Thank you.
Okay, Chip, so just all these, well, I suppose we could read the whole schedule. What is this planting comprised of here? I'm looking really quickly. Rosa rugosa, bayberry, cedar, viburnum. Your fence is 8 feet high, as I recall, correct? Chip?
Yeah, it's whatever a standard court height is. I think it's taller than 8 feet. Let me just go back to the original application.
Well, 8 feet generally, and then sometimes in the middle it goes down. Abby would be able to tell you that.
Okay.
Abby plays tennis, I think. Anyway, okay, good. Let's, anybody else want to speak before I send it to the board? Okay, folks, what do we think?
I'll go, Ray. It's Val.
Val, go ahead.
Thank you, Chip, for the information. I appreciate the choices of the plantings. I think they're pretty common and typical of the area. The berm is really going to help screen it. And I think with the caveat, not seen at time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity, we'd be covered. And I would simply ask, it says 12 feet as the height of the fence. Could that please be reduced to at least 8? That's my comment.
Okay.
If you're addressing the question to me, that would be fine by me.
Okay, good. Because 12 feet is reserved for really terrible tennis players who deserve to lose the ball. Okay, Abby, you're next, go.
How high is this, do you think, right?
Oh, it's
10?
10,
10? So it's coming down to 8?
8, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm good with it.
Okay, thank you. Angus?
I agree with Val, as far as it coming down to 8 and not visible, time of inspection and perpetuity.
Sounds good, thank you. Connie?
Question, so if the fence is coming down, what about the solid wall for wall ball? That's also at 12 feet?
Yeah, what solid wall? You got me afraid.
Would you, no, would you like me to answer that?
You
This
have
is a
to-
sports court, so it does have a section for handball. There we go. You can kind of see it on the one side. So that would assumably come down to 8 feet as well, or be removed. Thank you.
Well, interestingly, where you have it is on the side that's closest to Pocomo Road. You know, now that you brought it up, I'd totally be in favor of getting rid of that. I'm going to assume that you guys have no objections to us getting rid of that.
Not just reducing the height, but eliminating it.
Well, it would,
Yeah.
it would be an 8-foot-high wall, like,
That's a lot different than a black wire fence.
yeah. Yeah, a lot more opaque. Good catch, Connie. Thank you very much. All right, so it sounds like we're going to approve this with a few conditions. One of which is that the fencing go down to 8 feet. 2 is elimination of the wall on the, what side is that, Chip?
South.
South, yeah. Elimination of the wall on the south side, and the proviso that not visible at time of inspection, et cetera. That would be the motion. Can somebody make that motion for me?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Val's made the motion. So the motion is, as just stated, it's 8-foot-high fencing, no wall, and not visible at time of inspection and thereafter. Thank you. So Val, let's see, Angus on Val's motion.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, thanks, Chip. Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great evening. Bye.
All right, now, you know, we can go back to 2.
Yeah, 2L. Okay, 2L. Good evening, Brooke.
Thank you.
Kindly direct staff through your presentation.
You ready?
Yep.
All right, so there were a few changes made. I dropped the height of the building 20 inches. I squeezed the building by 24 inches from front to back, so it's not as long as it was. I think that the elevation facing L Street and also Tennessee was a lot busier than this version. I'm keeping the X bracing just for this particular presentation because I think that, you know, while there is a concern about the code, I think that with the cable rail, I mean, you can't really see the cable railing. And so I'm going to hopefully you guys will be okay with that. And then in terms of, you know, context, which was one of the concerns from the last time, I introduced, I don't know, probably like 10 or 11 buildings that showed context. I changed the trim detail overall to be, there are a couple of buildings in the photos that had rafter tails, and I'm not talking about the big fat rafter tails at 16 inches on center. I'm talking about like little 2-inch rafter tails that are 24 inches on center. There is a small garage, and then there's another couple of other buildings that I think echo this trim detail. So overall, I really tried to quiet down what you know, what had come before. So hopefully you agree. And also, just as an aside, there is someone who is very interested in taking the existing structure and bringing it to their lot, should this all move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. You want that one?
And actually, one more selling point, sorry. By dropping this 20 inches, the actual structure is now 22 feet, 10 inches, I think. And, just plus the 3 feet and whatever change it is for the flood elevation. So,
Okay.
all right.
Thanks, Brooke. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is replacing Heather and Jan. There's an HCC survey on file. Glad to hear that this hopefully will be moved. This is an infill within Old Nantucket, located within the AE8 flood zone, and we did receive the elevation certificate. Thank you for that informant map. The dwelling will be 3 foot taller from the existing grade. Context photos are very helpful. The height is of concern, as the village height overlay district does not allow exemptions due to its location within FEMA. I would recommend looking at, for the applicant, chapter 139-17C7, as it does not include this particular district, the village height overlay district. Staff confirmed with the zoning enforcement officer on this specifically, since Resilient Nantucket does include that. So the height, I think, as far as recommendation, should be reduced by 8.5 inches to conform to the village height overlay district. And then a substantive comment would be that the outdoor shower should not be located on the deck. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Does anyone have any questions on this?
I have a statement.
Right.
Can I just berate the applicant for a moment?
Yes.
So, Brooke, I'm kind of surprised because usually you bubble in red what the revisions are. I appreciate the little paragraph explanation.
Yes.
But it really required a lot of sort of back and forth. I mean, I'm sure it's an oversight, right? Don't you ordinarily bubble
Well,
them?
I think with the amount of red that I would have had to put on the drawing, I don't know that you would see the drawing for what it is. And so that's why I left it off. It was intentional. But
Okay,
Y-
enough
you know,
said about that. So, and
Sorry.
do you agree with Holly's comment about the extra 8.5 inches or whatever?
It sounds like it's not something for me to agree on or not. I think that I could probably shave about 8 inches off somewhere.
You might have to, huh?
I think it doesn't, I think it's, it's not really an option.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Ray. Let's see, next up is Abby.
Okay, yeah, that would be great if you could shave 8 inches off that. It's kind of a nod to the admiralty, I can't say admiral because I can't put those letters together, but you know what I mean.
I do.
But that's what I've always liked about this drawing. But the only thing, I think in the dormer over the front door, that one in the middle is just attracting your eye so much. It takes away from, it just takes away the calmness of this design. And it's probably a bedroom on it is the west elevation where you have another dormer. But that one could definitely be smaller. But the one that mostly I'd like to either just get rid of it completely or just make it a whole dormer across the front. And Ray, didn't you have a house like this recently that you did? I can't remember. But anyway, that's my only concern, those two concerns, the height and that window over the front door.
Thanks, Abby. Joe?
If this were, I have no concerns with the details and appreciate the revisions that were made. And the height sounds like a zoning issue, so I would have no concerns if it were brought in compliance with the zoning. I think it's appropriate.
Thank you. Let's see, Angus?
And I like the colors.
Thank you.
Angus?
I was going to agree with what was said so far about lowering the height to comply, and I do appreciate the colors as well. Think that will fit in nicely in the landscape there. This is a departure from the first generation Nantucket structures, but as far as the second and third generations, I feel like this is a huge improvement of, you know, what we're seeing in the context. So thank you for that, Brooke.
Thanks, Angus. I think that brings it to me. Brooke, I presume your ferment and your elevation height of the first floor were set as a requirement in concert with one another, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the question I have is where you're going to take your 8 and 8/16 out of the structure, because I want to understand how it's going to change what.
It'll probably be, you know, shaving a plate height here, changing a roof pitch there. It'll be a nip and tuck. But whatever, I mean, it'll probably get us to a slightly shallower pitch, and maybe the porch roof will probably be made a little shallower. Everything's going to just be pushed down a little bit more. And in fact, I mean, an argument could be made that it'll maybe look even more like a Nantucket structure.
Okay. You're getting better at the marketing stuff, but
Thanks.
My concern is that exactly that will happen, and it will kind of muddle the presentation. Personally, I would like to just see it taken out of one of the floors, or 6 inches out of the first floor and 2 and 8/16 inches out of the second floor heights.
Okay.
Not changing the roof pitches. It just seems to me like
I can do that.
more involved than it would need to be. Having said that, my concern is I appreciate the simplification of the trim details. It doesn't, for me, affect the appropriateness of the west elevation, which I think is, it's just, there still isn't a sense of additive massing. I realize I'm the little candle in the hurricane on this one, but that's okay. That connector piece is, I think, unnecessarily tall. The secondary mast to the right, the salt box, is only a tiny bit smaller. So west elevation makes it a no for me. What do you want to do, folks?
Or Brooke, to Stephen's earlier point, you're going to take it out of the floors so that essentially we're just looking at the same building, albeit shorter because you've reduced the floor levels, et cetera?
Yes,
And I agree with Stephen that that would be the simplest way to go about it, where we kind of can approve it without having to see it, because it's just going to be a shorter version of what we're looking at right now. Then I would move to approve this, taking the additional 8.5 inches that are required to be removed out of the first and second floors without changes to the roof pitches. That would be my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, so
Did you?
I was going to second, just for discussion,
Go
to
ahead, Angus.
add the outdoor shower moving to grade.
Oh, can I talk about that just for a second? That outdoor shower, even though it's up at deck height, is actually pushed back underneath the porch. So I don't know that it's going to read very visibly. Plus, it's behind the house, and the only thing that sees it is the neighbor at M Street.
Any further discussion, Angus?
Please delete that from the record. For some reason, I was thinking about it being on the west side, on the street side. So that's all right. Thank you. It's the vertical boarding thing that you'd see, even though it's tucked under, you'd still see sort of that detail. But since it's on the neighbor side, if it's not visible from any street.
It's
Guys,
definitely.
I think we've solved,
Okay.
let's
Yep.
go ahead.
Yep.
On Ray's motion, Ray, that's an exhibit A?
Sure.
And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm a no for the record. Okay. That brings us to the garage. And then Holly, after this, we'll do our Q&A with you.
Thanks for finding an owner for the house. That's so cool.
You're welcome.
When you're ready, Brooke.
All right, so garage was reduced 6 inches. That was one of the requests from the last time. Trim detail was changed. I also changed the garage door detail to resemble what I think is a much more informal Nantucket look. And as soon as the picture, I don't know if you guys have the picture on your computer. Yeah, and you can see the example up in the photo above that. Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you. Holly, any concerns?
Appreciate the reduction in height, relocated site location, and the rafter tails. My only concern was about the blue doors on a simple Nantucket garage. So I had a recommendation to discuss whether or not this would need to have color doors.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any concerns? The same board.
No.
I don't, and I happen to, how do I put this? The doors that are out in Nantucket that are painted stand out to me in a positive way. I would be in favor of
Yeah.
them remaining.
There's
but-
one right down the street that's bright blue. And it
All right,
looks
do
awesome.
we, not to cut you off, Brooke, but just to cut you off, do we have,
I'll make a motion
do we
to
have,
approve.
all in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're gonna move, we're gonna go back in time and we're gonna go to,
North Mill.
no,
Oh, great.
yes, back to before it was subdivided. We are going to go to questions, Commissioner Q&A with Preservation Planner. So this is the point in the meeting where if you have questions for Holly on the, any of the revisions to the, her staff recommendations, you may ask them now. Okay, Holly, thank you for sticking around. It's nice when we have those at the beginning of the meeting and we can work that in.
Thank you,
At
Mr.
least,
Chair.
you know,
I did want to, if it's okay, just mention, there's 3 applications that are 3 historic structures that are on this evening. More importantly, I can just list them: 15 North Water Street, 93 Main Street, and 85 Orange Street. And I would request if you can really look at my recommendations. Other than that, I appreciate being here. Thank you.
thanks, Holly, we appreciate that. I think it's a great idea for you to underscore at the Q&A if you've got
Yes.
something. And obviously, y'all should be previewing the information. Okay, that brings us back to current time, 8 Sandwich Road. Mark? Oh, Doug?
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome to the slightly tuckered HDC.
Right there with it.
When you're ready.
Okay, so this is 8 Sandwich Road, new dwelling, and trying to stay focused on the positive from your comments from last time. The first couple of comments were that this design fit in very well with the context of the neighborhood. Subsequently got into some other discussions about height and window types and whatnot, but I think in the end, I just wanted to kind of refocus you on where we are. So if you could zoom in on the locus map in the upper left-hand corner for me, please. So you can see here that the Sandwich Road is essentially a driveway. So there's going to be little to no traffic on Sandwich Road, which is the access road to the property. There are houses along Monomoy Road that are going to block any view of this property from Monomoy Road. And then there's Chatham Road, which obviously it runs behind the property, so there will be some visibility from Chatham Road. But essentially, from a major traveled way, there's going to be very little visibility of this property. And then moving to C1.2, Fiona, please, which is the context photos. Yeah, that's it right there. So 11 Monomoy Road is directly in front of this property from Monomoy Road in terms of visibility. It's yeah, the bottom there, bottom center picture. So that's what's going to be blocking your view from Monomoy Road. So, and then, you know, you can see the other context photos that, again, our design, I think, fits in very well with the context. With that, we did make some changes. We were able to shave off a foot in the height. We did that by dropping it into a mud sill. The other thing we did was there was a request to have the dormer in the middle widened. So we did that. And also to just sort of balance out the proportions, we beefed up the trim on the columns and the rakes so that the proportion of, you know, trim to shingle is a little more in balance. And I think that is about it.
Okay, thanks, Doug. We do have comments from Holly. I presume everyone has read them. Angus, Mickey, are you here? Do you have anything?
I don't think it's in their jurisdiction.
This is diary. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Doug? Your board is myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Connie as an alternate, and that's the case for both applications.
Oh, sorry, can I make one more important point?
No.
I've been overruled.
There was a request to get rid of the foot of fill on the application, so that's been taken up.
What's he gonna do with just 1 foot? That's a dad joke. Okay. And I just want to be clear, Doug, what we're talking about there is you are not increasing the grade by a foot.
Correct.
Thank you. And that's actually been scratched on the application?
Yeah. It's been done digitally. I didn't do it manually.
Okay, yeah, that's why I asked. I wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you. Abby, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, do you want me to go first?
I would love it. Thank you.
Okay, I was just looking at the colors, which the trim is gray and the sash is black. And I assume that means the portico there is gray. The entrance there with those columns are gray.
Correct.
Yeah. I don't have anything. I think it's fine, appropriate.
Thank you. Ray?
Yeah, I mean, few things on this. It's lack of visibility has been demonstrated, A. B, I don't see this building as being, you know, incongruous with its setting. I mean, the buildings all around it are of similar scale. And I don't find the building to be unattractive at all. You know, I would have kind of made a fuss over the black sash, but there too, I just don't think visibility is going to have us paying any attention to that. So I'm fine with it. There we go.
Thanks. Joe?
I have no concerns.
You, Angus?
I have nothing to add.
Doug, I appreciate the lowering the grade and the structure. It makes a difference, and I have no concerns. Motion to.
Motion to approve as submitted.
On Abby's motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Which allows us to move swiftly to the garage apartment.
Try and remember to nix the 1 foot on the
Yeah.
paper application.
Okay, when you're ready, Doug.
Okay, so the garage apartment, we did make some, sorry, some actual changes to the roof pitch to bring down the height. So we have a total that's not, sorry, Fiona, that's not the right one. That's Brooks. You want 8. So on this, we were able to shave off a whole 30 inches for the height, going down to a 10 pitch. And we also squeezed the first floor height as well.
Okay. You've read Holly's comments, and does anyone have any questions for Doug before we start? Okay, Abby.
Well, I was wondering about, so back to the color, what the color of the doors is,
They'll be black.
The garage doors?
yeah, I think that's a little harsh. I think probably natural to weather might be a better, let's see what this road here, yeah, doors are going black. I find that a bit harsh, but I appreciate the drop in the roof. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ray.
You know, this roof pitch is different than the one we just approved on the main house.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's almost a philosophical question for me. Like, if none of this was visible, I'd rather have it to be taller and consistent with the house than to have it shorter and not. I say that as an architect, you know. So great, you gained 18 inches that we're not going to see. I just think it's a shame. I agree with Abby wholeheartedly. The doors, the garage doors should be gray. But you know, I'm of the opinion that the plate should have dropped and the pitch should have remained the same, even if the building were taller, but that's me. There you go.
Thanks, Ray. Joe?
I have a question regarding the garage doors. Painted gray or natural to weather gray?
Painted, that's the
Yeah.
trim color.
Yeah, okay, as I was gonna say, a natural to weather garage door, I could see these being painted, and if it matched the trim color, I think that's appropriate. Yeah, I have no concerns. I mean, I understand what you're saying about the pitch, but there's a lot of empty space in that former front submission in that gable end just to rigidly match the pitch. So I would lean towards what the revisions represent, and I have no concerns other than the garage doors not being black.
Thanks, Joe. Angus?
I agree with what's been said. I think the gray paint, the trim gray, is more appropriate for the door than the black for the garage doors. I appreciate the reduction in height. Like the house, I think because of the lack of visibility, I'm not pushing for, you know, a different color or different fenestration. So I think just with that change, with the doors being a gray, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thanks. Abby, you wrapped up yours, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I actually didn't say it because we had the locomotion going on the main house, but I would have preferred to see the two gable forwards go to what is traditionally more a 10-12 for those gable forwards versus a 12-12. And that would have translated to the garage matching. But given the location at the end of a street, plus it's further on, I have no concerns with what's happening here. I think it could be a nod if somebody's walking down there that it would be gray doors, but it's so, like, it's not even like a Sunday walk tradition of walking around and looking in people's yards. It's at the end of the road there, so I guess I'm okay with it. What do we have for a motion?
Motion to approve with the door color, the garage door color to match the trim gray.
Okay, on Abby's motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Now we're on to the shed.
So on this one, we dropped the plate and we dropped the roof pitch to match the garage, so it's a 10 pitch. And so we squeezed out 25 inches from this.
Okay, any concerns?
No.
Any motions?
A motion to approve is submitted.
All in favor of Ray's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Oh,
opposed?
it's a black pergola. Just kidding.
Oh, you're joking.
It's not a black pergola, right?
You are joking, right? God, I hope so.
Well, we're joking around. I think we need a cross-section of that pergola. Oh, come on, guys. Okay, so pool.
Did we take a vote on that shed?
We did. I have you down as a emphatic yes.
Okay, great. Okay.
So pool is set behind the house as you view it from Sandwich Road, which again has very little traffic on it anyway. From Chatham Road, we're gonna screen it from view. And it's also kind of right up against the side yard anyway. So visibility will be minimal.
Okay. Questions, concerns?
Just the regular proviso about visibility or lack thereof.
Right, not visible time inspection or thereafter, no grade change from prior existing at time of application.
That would be my motion.
Excellent. So, all in favor of Angus' motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
We're cooking with gas now. Ben, is Ben here? 15 North Water on the Holly's Most Wanted list.
I don't see him, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, we'll give it a, now, are there any abutters in the queue?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so if you're in a butter to 15 North Water and you came here in particular to speak about this application, please raise your hand and Kathy will keep an eye out. And we'll just see if he's running late. And if not, we'll just tick it off as one without notice, just in case. Okay, that moves us on to 93 Main Street, window alterations.
Oh, I'm sharing this apparently.
Oh,
But
look at
Mr.
that.
Chair, if you want some clarification, this was heard on March 4th, and Ray was chairing, and you had asked me to go take pictures of the property, and I did. And I issued a citation, and the citation was paid 2 days ago.
Oh, yeah.
And just
Because of this was the work that was going on that was unpermitted.
Right. Holly had
Linda,
mentioned.
are you repping this one? Who's repping it?
I am here.
Oh, you're right, okay.
I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
okay. Hey, Uri, before we begin, I just want to announce that, oh, I see, Stephen, it is on the notification. Stephen Mullen back in, so it's me, Abby, Angus, Connie, and Stephen. Okay, go ahead.
so after last meeting and your comments, we actually changed the application to do everything, all the windows, all the siding, all the columns and everything as a like-kind repair. And then we are just adding that cricket to add that to the roof to fix the water leak. So
You're adding
everything
what?
else is,
Sorry, you're
everything else
adding,
is like-kind.
oh, cricket, yes.
Yeah, the cricket is new. Everything else is like.
Yeah, I see it. Okay. So basically, like-kind application with the addition of a cricket. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Kathy.
Holly had mentioned if it was okay with the board, to have the like-kind application on the big application, so just amend what he currently has on his existing application for like-kind, because it's an individually significant structure, if that's okay with you and the board.
So basically what that would do, I believe, Mr. Chair, is revert the application to Holly to sign off on as a like kind of application, which is standard procedure.
Meaning that we're not taking a vote on it?
We-
Oh, I mean, I guess
No.
our
I
vote
mean,
would
we're
be
here, we could.
to move it back into Holly's.
In other words, the application, he will revise it to like kind, and then instead of doing a separate like kind application, because it's an individually significant structure,
Yes.
she would prefer it to be on the bigger application, which is currently is. So he'll go ahead and amend that to reflect the like kind changes with the cricket.
Also
Okay.
because we have the cricket there.
What?
I said
was
also
that?
because there is the cricket, we are adding the cricket, so we wanted to keep it all on one
It's
application.
not like kind.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, now, hold on. Mickey, did you have something you wanted to say on this one?
Yes, the only comment we have is that the window manufacturer is not noted, so I think we want to make sure we use the proper windows here.
Good point, thank you. Stephen?
I just want a clarification on a comment. You're right, the cricket, as I understand it, is not like kind?
No, that's new.
No, okay. So the cleanest way to do this would be to approve the cricket and revert, and I don't want to say the word remand, but have the rest of the application revert to a like kind application. He writes it down on a like kind application, goes to Holly, she reviews it. She is going to address the windows. We don't have to get involved in it. All we're doing is approving the cricket, which is the new element of the structure.
Got it. Love it. Simple.
But now, can I
Now,
ask a
somebody, I want to
question?
make sure this doesn't fall through the cracks. Kathy, could you just make a note to tell Holly of Mickey's interest and concern about the manufacturer of the windows?
Yes.
Okay, great.
The motion would be.
Can I ask a question before the motion?
Well, ask
So
the
now,
chairman.
since you had to stop work, or actually there was a violation fine, do we still have to wait for the like kind application to be approved, another one? Or can we start or continue work with the like kind replacement?
Uri, I'm going to let my like-kind replacement liaison to the HCC board answer that question. Thank you.
And I presume that would be me. You're right. I think, yeah. And the reason is that otherwise people could go out, start doing work, it's like kind, and then for whatever reason it comes in front of us, and then it goes back, and it just, you can advance in front of all the people in the queue by actually doing something you shouldn't be doing. So not to be punitive, but to put a little skin in the game. If it takes a little bit more time, it is definitely unfortunate, but 93 Main Street in the Nantucket Historic District. Like, come on. So the motion is that the additive restriction and conditions is that the entirety of the application, save for the cricket, will go to a like-kind application to be reviewed per normal practice by Holly Backus, and the cricket is being approved. And Holly will address the windows, so I'm not going to add. Okay?
That's Stephen's motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nope. Okay, thanks, Uri. Next, 22 Vestal. Stephen, back to you.
Yeah. Actually, will you do that, and I'll write this one up, if you don't
Sure.
mind?
Yeah. Okay, do we have somebody to rep this?
15 North Water, Ben asked to be held.
Say what?
15 North Water, Ben asked to be held.
Ben asked to be helped?
Held.
Oh, held, sorry. Yeah, I got it. All right, so that's that. No
Held is
more-
a verb.
Yes.
Held.
Okay, so now, do we have somebody to rep 22 Vestal?
We do, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Online?
Nick DeMayo? Yes.
Right.
Yes. Can everybody hear me okay?
Okay, I certainly can, Mr. DeMayo. Now, so you've lost Stephen, but you've gained me. So it's myself, Abby, Angus, Joseph, and Connie.
Excellent.
best possible board you could have moving forward. So what do you got?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we appreciate the feedback from the board at the last meeting and have worked to incorporate those comments into this revised site plan. So if you wouldn't mind just going back to that site plan so I can walk you through the changes. Yeah. Yep. Perfect. So the changes we incorporated are we got rid of the apron at the driveway and just sort of straightened that out and made it a little made it more uniform. We changed the sidewalk to pretty much align with the adjacent sidewalk. So we just pulled those lines straight from that. So last time we had some comments about the width of the sidewalk. So we just made it match exactly the width of the area to the right, because on the left side, there is no existing sidewalk in front of that property. So the other changes are we removed the arbor on the right side that we originally had an arbor shown in there that was sort of a gate to the backyard. But after reviewing that a little bit further, we felt it was pretty tight over there and we wanted to just keep it open. So we removed that altogether. We changed the fence to be a cedar board fence per the request of the board. And we also moved the fence back so it starts pulled back from the house a little bit. And then for the first, I can't really see the dimension on there, but for the first chunk of the fence, we stepped it down to be 42 inches high. And then as we got further back, I think you could see there's a dashed line on the site plan. I'm talking about the fence up, yeah, close by the road. Yeah. There's a dashed line that you can see. That's where the fence steps up to be 5 feet tall. So basically it's 42 inches from the sidewalk, 11 feet in, and then we step up to the full height, 5 feet at that point. So I think that pretty much sums up the changes that we made and the comments that the board had. So I will answer any questions you have, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Board members, you got any questions?
I have a question.
Angus has a question for you, sir.
I wish I had asked Holly while she was here, but she made a note about the granite curb
Do you want the notes?
on the sidewalk, that there isn't any. So the question is this curb being added?
Yes, the curb is being added to match the curb on the right side. So currently there is no curb. It just slopes down to the street. So we wanted to build the sidewalk up there to match the right side. So we would need to add a curb in there to do it properly.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, so for the benefit of the people sitting on this, I'm going to have Stephen read those comments.
So there is no existing granite curb in front of the property. New granite should be sourced with DPW using historic granite with no hard edges.
Thank you, Stephen. That tells the story quite well. Angus, that was your question?
That was my question.
Got the answer?
Yep.
All right. Was there somebody else who had a question before I go to Mickey?
It would have been nice to have the before and after and the changes clouded, so that.
Oh, yeah.
But the explanation was helpful if you follow every line of that. But looking at this before the meeting, I wasn't quite sure what I was looking at. So I'm just saying that for the benefit of the applicant. It was a little bit tricky.
Okay. Joseph, thank you. Mickey?
Yes, so we really don't have any concerns with this, and I'm looking at the street view of the sidewalk in the neighborhood to reference Angus's comments about the curbing.
Yeah.
The one next door, which is maybe 18 Vestal, further closer to town, does have a granite curb on it. So it does kind of make sense to continue that format of the brick walk with the granite curb along in front of this property. Across the street, there's kind of a sort of a flat stone retaining wall with no sidewalk at all. So I think I'm okay with the curb and the brick sidewalk.
Great. Mickey, thank you. All right, now I think it's the board's turn.
I can go.
Abby, go ahead.
So my preference for an apron when the driveway is bricked is to have the apron brick course on its side. Is that called a soldier course? I'm not really sure, but just that it should be slightly different than the regular way you pave a driveway. So it's tighter and deeper. What is that called? Is it called a soldier?
No, that's not a soldier course.
Anyway, we have it on Lily Street where all the aprons are sort of the small side or
Up, and they're laid lengthwise.
Yeah.
So lengthwise, perceived up,
Yeah.
down is soldier.
And yeah.
So
But
short edge,
she's
soldier.
describing a row lock, I think. A running bond with a row lock where you put it on the short edge.
Soldier is
It's on the short edge.
I know what you're
Say this is a
suggesting.
brick.
Yeah,
It's
you have
more
the
like-
short edge exposed, so
Yeah.
it looks like an
And
English brick.
it's real tight and it's stronger, I guess, for the tires or something, I don't know. Anyway, that's my only
Okay.
thought. Thank you.
Abby, thank you. Let's see, Joseph, Angus, Connie. Oh, come on, you guys.
The only question I had was whether or not was about the fence at the corner, that 42-inch high fence, and where it did I say 42 foot high or 42 inch? 42-inch high, where it transitions up to the 5 foot tall.
Yeah.
I think it should go back another section and then pop up. But because it's forward of the neighboring house, and I thought when we chatted about it at the meeting last time that we should make the transition behind the face of the neighbor's house. And I agree with Holly's comment regarding the sourcing of the granite, which I wouldn't have been aware of, so I appreciate that. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Joseph, thank you.
I'm happy to go next.
Angus.
So I agree with what's been said as far as bringing that section of 42-inch fence back to the next section south, so that it's behind the neighbor's facade. And stick with Holly's comments about the sourcing and the no hard edges of the concrete, of the granite curbing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good, Angus. Connie.
I have really nothing to add, but I'm in agreement of the 3 points that have been brought forth.
Let me make sure I got the 3 points correctly. So I think there's consensus on the idea of moving the 42-inch high portion of the fence back one more length to the next post such that it's behind the neighbor's house where it's going to be visible. That's item number one. Item number two is sourcing the curbing so that it's antique curbing rather than new. And item number three, was that the on-edge brick?
Yeah, the apron.
So the only thing I'm going to say about that particular, and that was the extent of your comments?
I was going to go rounded.
Yeah,
On the
the
granite,
curb
yeah.
is softened.
Yes.
The granite.
Matching the other side of the drive.
Yeah, well, it's curved, right? Like as per the drawing.
Yes.
Do you mean the corner of the granite?
Yeah, so you're seeing, Mr. Applicant, what we're looking at, right?
Yes. Yes, that was the condition I was trying to match.
That's what you plan to do, correct?
That is correct. Yes, that's what we plan to do.
All right. The only thing I want to say to Abby's point about the sort of English brick look is there is no distinction really here between the parking area and the quote unquote, what's the word I'm looking for?
Just be the sidewalk, up to the sidewalk.
Well, I personally don't see the need. I think it could all just be running bond, going a different direction than sidewalk, which is what we do in most cases. Anyway, could somebody make a motion of some kind and see where it goes?
I'm happy to make a motion.
Great, thanks, Angus.
So the motion is to approve as submitted, with the exception that the 42-inch section is, goes one more section further away from the road so that it ends up, the taller fence transition ends up behind the facade of the neighboring house to the west.
Right.
And the granite curbing follows the same detail and material that is on the east side of the driveway, would continue on the west side.
Okay.
And yeah, that's it.
Okay, we'll see how that goes. Everyone's present here, so all those in favor of Angus's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, there it is, sir, you've got your approval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, board.
Yep.
Next one's you too.
Good God.
I'm a
Okay.
Mullen.
Let's see. That's. Oh, pickleball court. All right, do we have somebody to rep this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Rich Craddock is online.
Okay, Rich Craddock.
How you doing?
Good. Okay, Rich, your board. Myself, Abby, Val, who's online, Angus, and Carrie. My goodness, Carrie, are you still there?
I am.
Okay, great.
Perfect.
Rich.
Yeah, so from our last meeting, I think the comments that came out of this is visibility. You asked for story poles, which were and are still installed, as well as a couple of cross sections showing proposed and existing grades. So if you look at those cross sections, the red is the existing and everything else is the proposed. So based on where this pickleball court sits, if you did go out and view the property, the grade at street level is approximately elevation 30. The pickleball court is at elevation 22. So it's a significant drop and not very visible from the road. So again, hopefully you went out and took a look at this. And with that, I'll open it up for comments.
Okay, thanks, Rich. What do you think, folks?
Every time I touch it, it
I know it's one of those files.
explodes.
Who was that? Val?
Yeah.
You want to comment?
Yes, I'll go.
right.
Thank you, Rich, for the extra information. I think it was super helpful to try and understand how this house sits on the grade and what's going to be manipulated. And I did go out there and there is nothing we're going to see from any public vista. Now I didn't go out in a boat, but I appreciate the materials being used that are similar to what's there. And I think it is appropriate.
Okay, Val, thank you. Who's next?
I'm happy to go next.
Angus, thank you.
So I went out and looked at it from Shimo Pond Road. I didn't see any of the story poles or stakes, so that's telling me that it's not going to be I I would be comfortable with this, with the regular proviso that we wouldn't see it from the beach or Shimo Pond Road. And, so on. But I won't go to that
Okay.
point until everyone's spoken, sorry.
All right, sounds good. Okay, let's see. Abby, Carrie,
I'll go. I'm okay with this. I wonder on section AA why the grade on the very left side where there's an 8-foot wall, I believe that's on the sort of the outside of the property line. Why isn't the grade just backfilled up there? It seems like you're taking a lot away on the left side of that wall.
Well, I sorry, it's been a minute since I've drawn a cross section like this, so I do apologize. But I think at the end of the day, the grade kind of starts like the wall is going to be at 8 feet at certain points, but it's going to be a little bit less. So just trying to show that in a cross section, it may not have it may not have come across the way it's actually going to look. But
Yeah, and it changes along the length of it. I would just say backfill against that wall as much as possible.
I agree, and that is the goal. Nobody wants to see a very tall wall, so we are going to do our best to manipulate the grades to lessen any exposed wall as
And
possible.
the fence on top of that will be natural weather. It doesn't say, but I imagine that's,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Yep. And it's 4 feet high. So.
Yep, I see that. Great, thanks.
Yep.
all right. Carrie, thanks. Abby,
So, yeah, with that proviso that we wouldn't see it from the beach or Shimo Pond Road, we won't see the concrete wall or the fencing.
you want to turn that into a motion?
Not really. I bet
Oh,
somebody
come
else.
on.
You're doing a great
Well,
job.
okay.
You almost.
All
had
right,
it.
so motion to approve with our caveat that won't be seen from a public way, which includes the beach and Shimo Pond Road. And
That covers it. All right, let's see, got to do voice vote because we got Carrie online. So that was Abby's motion. Carrie,
Aye.
thank you. Angus,
Aye.
Val, what?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby,
I,
and I'm in favor. All right, see you, Rich.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Okay, we're now on to 11 Osprey, and is Chris here?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Chris. We held a moment of silence earlier for Diane Kums. She actually sat on this application back some time ago. It is myself, Abby, Val, Carrie, and do we know where we are in the alternates race? No? Okay, let's pick a number between 1
We
and
haven't
10.
actually been there yet tonight.
Number between 1 and 10.
Oh, me, 9.
6, closest out going over was Joe. Number was 7.
Great.
Okay, Joe, you're up. Okay, Chris, that's your board. Free and fair elections here.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Are you going to steer, or do you want one of the group here to do it?
I can steer, or Fiona already has it right up to the correct page, so we can leave it
Perfect.
here and go. Okay,
Go for it. Just kindly direct her through your presentation.
great, okay. Well, it's been over a year since I presented the first scheme, so I just want to give a lightning fast recap. My client purchased the property 3 years ago, started renovating the pond cottage, moved another cottage from an adjacent property onto a foundation, started renovating that. In the middle of the winter, when the water in the pond was at a high level prior to it being opened, water was discovered in both crawl spaces, prompting my client to pivot to new construction to take care of the water problem and also address some handicap accessibility needs that she wanted to address. The lot in size is a double lot, and there's a previously HDC approval for a demo of both structures. This page is a response to the board's request or suggestion last time that we document the existing vegetation around the site. There is extensive existing vegetation all around the property. So I don't know if you can see the bottom of this page, maybe if it can be moved up, or maybe that's my page. Yeah. So to start here, we went out and measured all the vegetation and found sort of the average height. Those are the small thumbnail photographs surrounding the site plan. The site is really not visible from Osprey Way with the exception of two areas. One looking straight down the driveway, and I'll get to perspectives when the time comes later on. And the other is an opening that was created to move the move-on cottage through existing vegetation, which we have HDC approval to fill back in. So that is sort of what's happening from Osprey. The next page, please. Shows the east and west property lines, the existing vegetation. Again, it's quite extensive, what you can see outside the property and what you might be able to see inside the property. None of this is from a public way, but nonetheless, here are the vertical datum, which again, we measured, showing the east and the west property lines. Obviously, as you get closer to the pond, there is site visibility from the sides. The next page, please. From Hummock Pond itself, there are some pathways, Sanford Barn and across the way. So we went across and took pictures looking back on the site. And those are at the bottom there. Pretty hard to see it from across the pond. Next page, please. Okay, the darker outline is a previously submitted site plan. It was a courtyard scheme. Like I said, the site is a double lot. The courtyard scheme sort of was smack dab in the middle, and you can see the neighborhood context around it. Next page, please. This is the proposed site plan. The red lines indicate a perceived setback from the pond, which respects the neighbors' proximity to the pond, both to the east and the two houses to the west. Below, there's an offset parallel line for Osprey, showing that the secondary dwelling would be significantly farther back than the existing move-on cottage is right now, which is outlined in red. Next page, please. Okay, comparison of the site plans. On the left is what I presented a year ago. On the right is what's being proposed now. A year ago, the board had liked the one-story solution, and that's pretty much where it ended. There were comments about it being blocky, linear, rigid, too many structures, too much symmetry. The general comment I took away from pretty much all the board members was that you were looking for a softer, and that term was used, a softer architectural and landscape architectural solution. Over the previous year, I looked very extensively at a 1.5-story scheme, 2.5-story schemes for this property, and came very close to presenting, but the client and I felt that it was just too big. We felt like it kind of consumed the site, and in particular, the secondary dwelling seemed quite large. So we liked the 1-story scheme, and we went back to it with major modifications. First move we made was to remove 3 structures. The carport's removed, cabana's removed, the shed is removed, and the separate spa is removed. To the right, as you can see in the proposed site plan, the pool was shifted parallel to the one wing of the secondary dwelling. And that opened up a nice space for the two structures to breathe. Between them, have a native meadow and just allow there to be space around both structures, which there were not before. In the next drawing, please. This drawing shows sort of the site comparison of the site density that occurs around the site. It's a double lot, nonetheless. Houses are actually kind of evenly spaced on equally sized lots. So the hope was that in this separation and removing all those structures, the site density or the site footprint would be more consistent with the neighborhood. Next, please. As far as the architecture itself goes, I apologize for not bubbling everything in red, but it would be illegible because everything has changed. My mandate was to look at a softer architectural solution. And the first thing I wanted to do was to reduce the left-right uniformity of massing by attenuating a center mass. And I also wanted to promote the notion of additive massing, as this cottage may have been added on over time. Sort of simultaneous with this, the board had strong concerns about the amount of fenestration that you can see in the elevation above. To attenuate and accent the center mass, I brought the plate height down. I removed the transoms. I removed the window head down a foot, added kick plates to the glass panels, and then defined that glass with a pergola. I also sorry?
Hey, Chris, I'm
Yeah.
just here in the room, and I know if you were here, you'd be like, oh, I'm starting to lose my audience.
Oh, shoot, okay.
No, it's been very helpful, in particular, the development and the modifications through the representations of the site plan. But I think at this point, if maybe we go ahead and start reviewing the elevations, and we'll have questions for you, so we're kind of getting past this initial stage, that would probably be helpful.
Okay, we're on the elevations now. Is that okay?
Yep. Yeah,
okay.
I'm just saying, as opposed to comparing the prior submission to what's here, I think we could, we're looking at this as a fresh application.
Yeah, you can see that. I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. You can see it. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
So we probably just go through it.
Yeah, that's fine. So I did.
Any other highlights you want to hit before we do?
Highlights with regard to the elevations, I'm sorry?
Yeah, if there's anything in particular you want to call out, and, briefly, and then we're going to move on to comments.
Yeah, sure. I just, so I lowered the pitch of all the roofs to a 10 and 12. And I sort of made the connectors more diminutive so that the volumes could be expressed a little more clearly, and again, promote, additive massing. Removed the outdoor shower, removed a screen porch. On this elevation right here, further, there was concern about the possible see-through nature of this room. So removed the duplicity in the glazing on both sides, took 13 feet of glazing out of this elevation, raised the sill up, removed 3 feet of glazing vertically, added a pergola, put more typical fenestration at the gable ends.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. And then last,
Go ahead.
there's some more elevations, but I can stop there if you want.
The cross, yeah, I think we're good with the primaries for now. Let's, we're going to get into this, have some discussion. Let's see. I was hoping Ray would. He
Go.
took a bio. Abby?
Yeah. Gosh, what's your first name?
It's Chris.
Chris, I don't think I've ever had an application where the applicant has listened so carefully to what we've said. I so appreciate the changes you've made. It's amazing the turnaround you made, and just had to say that.
Thank you.
So I don't really have anything to add, and I just really appreciate just you listening to us and putting it down, using it in your design. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Joe?
Sure. Well, I didn't sit on this, but I remember this well, and I remember finding a lot of things that were appealing about the main house, single story from the water, and the only thing that seemed jarring was the site plan and the combination of buildings. So it was really useful to see the comparison site plan and to hear your narrative, and also to see the comparison to the neighboring context. And it's generally refreshing to see something that's single story. There's a lot of additive massing here. There's little nods of contemporary moves that I think are subordinate enough that this will read like a, just a series of simple, almost agrarian buildings in the landscape. And yes, there's glass, but you've even done moves to mitigate that, and I think the pergola will help to screen it. So, I mean, I'm with Abby in that you don't have a lot of details on here that would be worth, I think, getting into the nitpicking them, because it feels like you have listened to everything. I mean, there's some ganged windows that could be unganged, but it feels like you've got the right balance. And also, I just wanted to note that it looks like the trim is all natural and the sash is gray. And
Quaker gray.
Is the roof natural too?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that kudos to you and your client too for taking the time. I think it feels appropriate.
Thank you, Joe. Let's see, Val?
Yep, I agree with what's been said. I think the changes are very positive, and if you remember the house that was there, which I'm looking at pictures of right now, there was a substantial amount of glass on the water side, so to me, it doesn't seem a significant difference from what was there. I have one little bugaboo that is just me. The flat roofed element as a connector, I know this keeps coming up lately. It's just so unusual. And in this particular case, it's also what the front door is in. And so I find that a little bit odd or confusing. And I would like to see the front door have a little more presence and maybe a little shallow roof connector there, but that's it. Thank you so much for the changes.
Thanks. Carrie?
I also very much appreciate all the changes. It is a very different building. I agree with Val on the roof over the front door, that there should be something, not just flat. And I still am a little bit concerned about the see-through nature of this, especially if the two cottages or whatever they are do not get built before this is inhabited. But looking ahead and seeing the site plan and seeing that there are a couple of cottages that are going to mitigate the view through to this building and then through again, I think it's worth just looking at those as the buffer. And hopefully those are not see-through, but I appreciate this and I would say approve this.
Thanks,
with the
Carrie.
caveat of that little roof.
Thanks, Carrie. So I think normally I'd agree on that front door, given the fact that it's, I don't know, Chris, how far is that from the street, and then the structures are there?
I mean, it's not the primary is not visible at all from the street.
Right, and what's the distance?
Oh, about 200 feet from Osprey.
Yeah, I mean, and from the other, so for me, what becomes the more relevant metric is what is the view of the structure overall from a distance across the pond, where you will see that flat roof. But I think what you will see is that the buildings appear to be disconnected because it isn't a roof mass like its counterpart on the right-hand side. depending on looking at the south elevation, it would have you'd have a roof plane that would be wider and taller than the one on the right. So I'm actually okay with it. I think it's going to present from the other side of the pond as helping to having a sense of separateness. And since that front door isn't going to be visible from the street. Okay, what do we want to do, folks?
I'd like to make a motion to approve as submitted unless somebody wants to second that with something about a flat roof or the front door or something.
I would second it with no conditions.
Okay, so on
Abby?
on Abby's motion, let's see, we'll do a voice vote. Abby?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, Chris. Didn't say it, but certainly appreciate the level of attention you paid to developing this, and I think it was worthwhile. So kudos to you and your client. Now we're going to move on to the second dwelling.
Great, thank you so much. We could probably keep going because all of these I've already commented on right to here. Okay. So can you see both elevations?
Yep.
I'll keep it as short as possible.
Can you zoom out just a little bit?
Yeah, okay. The secondary dwelling went through even more of a change than the first. It met with the most resistance from the board, and I think for obvious reasons, the long ridge, the symmetry. So basically I approached I did the same sort of strategy to this, create a center mass, separate wings, asymmetrical gable forward wings, use typical fenestration, and diminish the connections so that the volumes could be read cleanly. And so and the other thing we did was we moved a ton of program down to the basement, so that this is a 1,300 square foot secondary dwelling. And then the next elevation inside, or I can stop there if you want, Mr. Chair.
I think we're ready to kind of review this. So
Okay.
why don't we get started?
Okay.
Abby, you want to start off?
Or
do you want me to go with someone else?
Yeah, someone else.
Joe.
Thanks.
I'm going to say I have no concerns, especially in light of what we just approved, which has arguably more visibility from the water. I think the street side to this is really how this property is going to read through layered landscape, it seems. So I think that it's very appropriate for the neighborhood. So I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you. Abby, are you ready or no?
No, if I were to have a concern, it would be on the south elevation where you have the, forgive me for saying monopoly set, but it looks like the repetition, it's a little repetitive, and I
Are
think
you
that the
looking at the
main.
previous?
Yeah, scroll down. Keep going.
Oh,
one more
this
down.
one? Oh,
Yeah.
I love that one.
Yeah.
You were looking at the old one, I think.
Sorry. Take away scratch that first comment.
Okay. So
Yeah, no, I am very happy with that.
thank you, Abby. Val?
Yeah, I think this is very appropriate, with the exception of, again, a building having no front door. That's my main concern. I think the massing is great. And I do have one question.
Yep.
I see on the site plan that there is a repeat of this exact structure on the site plan, but we don't have an application for it. What is that?
The structures are connected on the lower level, subterranean level, and they're connected by a trellis, so it's all one structure.
But you have to, that is not clear, is it? To anybody else, I did not pick that up.
When you look at the south
Hey,
elevation.
hold on, Carrie, please.
I'm just trying to help.
Yeah, I know, but let's maintain decorum. We've been doing pretty well with that. Val, the elevations show the structures and the connectedness is below grade. The elevations show both structures. Correct, Chris?
Correct,
As one. This is one
Exactly.
building connected underground.
exactly. And connected with a trellis above.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, Carrie, your thoughts?
I appreciate this building, but on this particular elevation, because this is what's going to be seen from anywhere on the streets, the driveway, whatever, that main mass just needs some sort of break. And maybe it is because if it were a cape, there'd be a front door. But for some reason, I just want to see a broken back shed mass coming towards us somewhere on that main elevation, because it's just a little static with the 5 windows straight across, perfectly aligned. Other than that, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. So given the proximity to the street, which isn't close up, and the vegetation and whatnot, and that the entryway is to the not a courtyard side of the building, this is appropriate to me. If this was the front of a house and it didn't have a front door and there was a driveway that pulled up to the driveway, and I would have a concern with it, but I don't see that concern here. Those are my thoughts. What do we want to do, folks?
Can I ask you to show the site plan and just how the vegetation will work?
I'm sorry, Carrie?
Can I ask to see the site plan and how the driveway will work with this? Just for my own edification?
There is just below this, there is a view of what you would see down Osprey, just below this page.
Well, so Chris, the site plan indicates, correct me if I'm wrong, the driveway starts on the right-hand corner along Osprey. There's vegetation left to right along the rest of Osprey, and then the driveway winds around that vegetation. You drive by this structure, there's parking, and you can go to the back structures. Is that correct? Because it's light line.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
It'll be
Correct.
pretty much open with the existing leach field. Yeah, you can't really plant in the leach field.
It's pretty closed off right now. This is what you might be able to see. That's the view today. All that vegetation exists and the septic system is in. So any disruption to the vegetation has already occurred. And that's the view down the driveway. We're being very truthful. In fact, there's another tree that's probably going to go up, but if you could see anything, that's what you would see from Osprey.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. What do we want to do, folks?
I'd motion to approve as submitted, and I would just, one comment, I think because of the rural context, that the front door not being evident from the street or even as you drive in is a non-issue for me. So I would motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Let's see, on your motion?
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Val, Abby,
Aye.
I'm an aye.
Aye.
Val is an aye. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the pool hardscape. Before we get into this kind of crazy, just if we get into discussion, does anyone have a concern with the pool hardscape?
I think it's too big.
I think it's too long.
It's the size of the house, the
Okay.
cottage.
Okay, fine. With respect to visibility, is there a concern?
Well, there is the opening between, with the pergola, so maybe not so much. But the other comment I was going to make is that I do feel like there's a lot of hardscaping around it and on the site, but maybe that's just me in the rural area that it's in.
Bill, would you elaborate on, I'm just trying to figure out where. I'm looking at the site plan. I see the walkway and the
Look around the
meadow.
pool.
There's,
If
okay,
you blow it up, there's a lot of land of hardscape between the structures and the pool.
let's pull that up. Okay, Joe.
Well, just looking at the hardscape for a second, I think one thing to note is that these footprints of the buildings have outdoor space that is all hardscaped, and I think it's going to read differently than a patio with that footprint. And I really appreciate the fact that there's this meadow that's brought in between the pool and the main house. I mean, I don't see what the dimension of the pool is, but it looks like it would be completely obstructed by existing structures and landscape. There isn't even a glimpse down the driveway. So I'm okay with it as is due to lack of visibility. And those are my comments.
It's 40 by 15.
Okay, thank you. Joe, Abby?
Well, I'm not a pool person, so, but if we do the proviso where you can't see it from Osprey Way, where would be the other spot that you might get a glimpse of this?
Google satellite?
Osprey, there's not
a visible location.
Yeah, I don't think you would have one.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, I'm just being factual and not. Okay, any other comments, Deb?
Me?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think Joe encapsulated it well for me. It's the lack of visibility, the development of the concept of outdoor spaces that are sheltered within structures and under roof planes. Some of this stuff is seen, but it's not actually going to be out in the open. So I don't have a concern with it. And by the way, I just want to say, like, the use of the native vegetation, both, grassland and shrubbery, and the layout, so as to make it actually not only be native, but appear to be natural I just think it's 100% knock it out of the park approach. So, boy, if you're watching this and you're doing these type of designs, you've got a recipe for success out there. Give Chris a call and he'll get a royalty on it. What do we want to do?
I think you just encapsulated what makes me feel comfortable saying that I think we should motion for, I'd like to motion for an approval of this because.
With our.
Yeah, with the caveat of the lack of visibility and perpetuity and so forth, but.
Okay.
It's under landscaped compared to many other properties we see.
Okay, thanks, Joe. On your motion.
Aye.
Carrie.
No.
Val.
No.
Abby.
I'm a yes.
Yeah, I'm a yes, for sure.
I'm a
For
yes.
sure. Okay, now we're going to move on to 85 Orange.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris. Let's see. Landscape, hardscaping. I got to write up the pool one. Good evening. It is Chris again. Another Chris. Okay, Chris. Now, did you have, I recall, the only thing I recall about this one is this is the main structure and we wanted to see the drawings turned in advance. I did not look at drawings, so I don't know if someone did.
It was requested. I don't want to throw anyone under the bus, but in the email submission, I did say that can you please forward this to the chair?
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen them. So I know we talked about a roof plan and modifications, which I do see, and the drawings definitely look much more appropriate. So we're going to proceed and see if we can land on our feet on this at some point soon. Why don't you go ahead and briefly, I mean, the pictures describe the modifications. I think if you just want to briefly cover what you've bubbled in red on the elevations, if there's anything that's not obvious, like a window's a window and a door's a door.
Majority of this, sorry to interrupt.
No, please.
A majority of this you guys have seen too many times and should almost apologize for. I would say the only real change has been the actual addition itself. If you can go down to the north elevation. All this has been discussed in detail. There you go. The real major change in ask is the north addition, which goes along York Street, which is in the big red in the middle, which was originally essentially a double peaked addition that was going alongside the existing building. And we changed it, adjusted the roof lines, and presented this as we see today. Couple other things were noted. It was asked, is there a hip? It was noted that is there a hip roof on above the rear section? There is, which is why I added some pictures from above, and just added pictures alongside the entire presentation to kind of just give a view for visualization purposes. I will say that our engineer and myself spent a significant amount of time double checking everything, including scans and stuff like that, going over. We even had, I wasn't able to get it in time for the submission, but signed as-built of the current condition or size of the building, which didn't include the window heights originally.
Okay.
So.
Oh, interesting.
All right, we have Holly's comment. Well, first of all, any questions for Chris at this point? Okay, we have Holly's comments, and she does have a few questions, which I'll reiterate as we get into it. Mickey, does your group have anything?
Yeah, a little bit, thank you. So a couple small detail areas, like the front stoops, both of them on the front of the building are not detailed very well. And I think that should be looked at a little more carefully. On all of the window sills are not drawn correctly. Now there is a attached window detail, which looks good. It's that shows if they use those windows, that'll be an appropriate window type. The manufacturer is not identified. That should be taken care of.
That's a Boston sash.
That's
Hey,
fine.
just hold, Chris. I'll address that. Go ahead, Mickey.
So from the front view, you can see that there's the roof walk. It's a little bit too wide, and generally we don't normally approve a roof walk on a building of this age unless proof has been shown that one existed at some time in its history. So that may not be an appropriate roof walk to begin with. The north elevation that you're looking at now is actually labeled south. That needs to be corrected. The new gable that you're looking at, and there's an infill block with a very shallow shed roof between that addition and the existing gable to its left, is just adding a lot of two-story height to this building, which is already completely 2 stories. There's no real 1-story anything on this building. So we think that that addition would be much more successful if it was a 1-story shed addition to the side to provide some more additive massing. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Let's see. So your board on this is established. It is myself, Angus, Connie, and Joe. You're whittling us down here. Joe?
Yeah, thanks for correcting the drawings and supplying the historic photo and the existing photo all on one page. That's super helpful. And it does feel like these are more closely representing what's there in the field. I agree with Mickey's comments regarding the front stoop and the size of the roof walk. And I've gone back and forth on that south elevation because the gable, the one gable that's there, fine, but to have it replicating it again, I've gone back and forth on whether or not that feels appropriate. I mean, you essentially have the same 2-story wall mass that exists now. I like Mickey's suggestion of having that be a single-story shed mass and letting the rest of the building be revealed behind it. I think it would simplify that elevation, but I'd like to hear what other board members think. It does visually terminate this, but then I'd want the mass to the right to be smaller, but that's existing. So that's the only aspect of it at this point that troubles me. And I really appreciate the aerial photograph of that hip roof, because that just that was not evident from even in the old photographs. It's hard, you don't really see that. You don't see it from the other photographs. So now I believe it. I mean, I know that it's not shown on the front elevation. And when I saw that omitted on the east elevation, I thought, okay, well, there is no hip. But then I noticed it show up on the south elevation, and that made me a little bit confused until I saw the aerial. So I think there's a little bit of correction that might have to happen there, but I appreciate you providing that.
Thank you, Joe. Angus?
So I started off on the west elevation, the street-facing elevation, and was thinking, all right, we're making some headway here, except for the roof walk, which sort of, I'm a little bit torn about. I agree about the comments about the having some sort of proof that there was a roof walk here. We've got two different structures that are joined at the hip here, and so it's the roof walk sort of makes that even more extreme with the verticality of it. And so then I come around to the south elevation and I'm thinking, oh, this is great. We're getting rid of all the exterior freestanding stairs and balconies, and the fenestration's looking good. And then I'm coming around to the west elevation, and again, I'm like, oh, the fenestration's good. But then once I go to what is the north elevation labeled south elevation facing York, that's where I realized that there's a projection that is coming out, and then that double gable. I agree with the comments that they really are sort of at odds. There isn't a natural transition of additive massing with that gable matching the existing gable in the addition. And the vernacular is already there with that two-story, when you're looking, this elevation. When you're looking at the existing two-story that sort of is lower than the other two gables, and projects towards the west, that works. And so it makes me think that the addition really needs to be stepping down from that to really work. And it's not unusual for there to be like an L or two-story L that comes off the back and, nearly flush with the front elevation. But I feel like that something needs to happen there differently than what is shown with that second two-story gable. And I think there are probably enough comments to go on for that revision. Thank you.
After Connie speaks. Connie?
I appreciate the changes. I think this has come a long way. I don't really have much to add. My concern is that south, but really north elevation, which what they were just discussing. And I do question the appropriateness of the roof walk. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. Let's see, so we clarified Boston sash, let's have that in the application. The front stoops, I agree, just needs to be clarified in the drawings. Window, the drawings should be modified to, Chris, what we're talking about there is you've shown a picture frame around the window, and we don't typically have the bottom portion of that picture frame, it's a
Correct.
sill.
Yeah,
So
I get it.
easy to fix, it'll make a difference. Cardinal points, we discussed, south facing York is actually north. Mentioned the stoops, repeat there. Holly asked about existing floor plans. I think that would be beneficial to add, just to show the partition locations for the historic reference. I'm not going to get into colors yet, because that's usually indicates, oh, we're going to go to approval. I don't think we're quite there yet, but we're getting close. Holly mentions the roof walk-in is white, and she believes natural to weather is more appropriate. I agree, and I think it should be a foot deeper on the north to south planes. Do I want to say north to south? Hold on a second. Yeah, north to south, I think 6 inches on either side. It just looks kind of dinky and insignificant. I'm not going to go down the road of what we do as a board on roof walks. I mean, we've approved roof walks on shanties and Tom Nevers, and there's no place more, to my mind, more appropriate than a historic Nantucket home. There were, at times, they were like a plague, and they fell into disrepair, and it became an issue for the town. I think I read about it in the 300 years ago today, or 250 years ago today, portion of the Inky. The proposed south, can we go to the proposed south? It's actually the proposed south, which is the second set of elevations. This isn't a huge thing, but to me, that I see the existing roof plane, but I'd like to see, I think it would be appropriate with the elimination of the exterior first and second floor structure of exterior decking and stair, there's an accentuation of the south-facing secondary mass wall plane, and as a result, it makes it appear much longer than it does existing. And one of the things I'd like to see to address that, or the thing I think would be appropriate to address that, is actually to alter that roof on the leftmost portion of the proposed south elevation of the secondary mass to make it a hip that returns back towards the chimney. That brings us to the next, skip a set of elevations on the west and go down to the next one that says south. And this is the proposed south that is actually the north, which is facing York. Here we have a slightly different situation. What you propose actually decreases the perception of the length of the secondary mass, and I think appropriately. For me, you might, I don't see a necessity to drop the rightmost two-story gable top plate. I think you could continue the concept of a hip roof here to differentiate it from the gable to the left and the 6 window wall plane between the two currently shown gables. I believe that the hip would make that a more appropriate presentation. It's regardless of it having a hip roof or not, I think it's a net benefit presentation-wise versus what was existing. And you can see where I mentioned the prior, on the other south elevation, you would see the hip roof, so you would have these 2 hips that coincide. Those are my comments. I think at the very least, I just want to be super clear, Chris, because seems like we're getting closer to a finish line. Without question, we want the windows addressed, Boston sash, the front stoops addressed, the window sills addressed, cardinal points addressed, stoops in the 1/4 inch drawing scale addressed, throw in a set of existing floor plans, and the roof walk, you've got to wrestle with your interpretation of who said what, as you do with the roof planes on the north facing York that's labeled south. I think that covers, did I miss anything that anyone had a concern on? I know the concept of a shed roof instead of the hip, but that was.
I wanted to revisit a couple of my comments just 'cause
Please.
I think I got more clarification the longer I looked at this. And I think I misunderstood one of Mickey's comments. So I'm looking at what you have labeled as the south, which is up on the screen. Those 2 gables, I initially thought that, how do I describe this? the plane where the 6 windows are, that's between the gables, I thought that was in the same plane as the furthest thing to the right, but those are like this. And therefore, I think that, to echo what Stephen just said, I think that this other gable does a good job of terminating that piece. Because the thing that I recognize looking at the roof plan and this elevation at the same time is that that's a shallow roof pitch that goes between those 2 gables. So I just wanted to mention that because I feel like I've done a 180 on that. I've gotten more comfortable with that elevation. I don't know if that helps or not, but it's certainly, I thought it was worth mentioning.
No, Joe, thanks. I mean, it clarifies your position. And insofar as that, I mean, my concept of the hip was one perhaps way to mitigate others' concerns. I think that the presentation of the proposed south, which is actually the proposed north that's facing York, that Joe was just referring to, is acceptable as presented. Okay, so we would like perhaps a motion for additional information to be added to the drawings and revisions. And it seems like we're getting much closer.
So moved.
Thank you. Let's see, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries. Okay, thank you though. Okay. Chris, do you want to get some input on the hardscape now?
At least the rear.
Okay.
Considering both structures are already approved.
Okay, so it would be myself, Angus, Connie, Joe, and Ray or Angus? You guys have a preference? You want to pick a number? What do we want to do here?
My number, you ready?
Yep.
It's 3.
Oh,
I was gonna do. Oh,
3. Ray hit it. You're the first one who hit it in a while. Go buy a lottery ticket.
I saw you writing.
Okay, so we're gonna hit the R orange hardscape, correct? On the
Yep,
file
the
name?
rear. So it would be the rear home off of Cottage Court there that was previously submitted, and then there was an existing garage workshop there that we lived through reducing in size and having approved into an accessory dwelling unit cottage, guest house in the back. There's not much on that lot. I mean, essentially it's, not much, but we're essentially creating a area between the 2 homes with, crushed stone and pavers. The one thing that did change throughout the process, that we did change the driveway to fully brick off of the recommendations. Ideally, to be honest, we'd like to put an apron with shell at the top, but we wanted to make sure that we listened.
Chris, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to, so that this is productive use of our time, both of the hardscape plans for the front and the rear are virtually, if not actually identical. So we're going to want to differentiate in the plan, like put a gray mask it so it's not as visible, or put an X through the part that isn't part of it. The sections of the site plan that aren't part of the actual application for the rear. Number one. Number two, before we get into comments, I just want to make sure I understand. Angus, would you mind lending him your laser? I don't know if we. Can you, Chris, just please point out to the elements that are part of this application in particular.
Near any cats.
Oh, got it, almost in my eye. 85R is here.
Okay.
Also known as One Cottage Court, once upon a time. The front house, which is what we were looking at here, which is not what we're discussing right now. This used to be a workshop garage that almost touches this house now, but through approvals, we did this. We decided to add, a driveway. We wanted brick. We'd also like to do an apron with shell. And then essentially, because of the size of the lot, it's really just creating areas between the small areas here, and then the existing with privet on the side, and then
So Chris, there is a line of privet, it appears to be, that goes nearly from north to south with the exception of the rear of the main house T, correct? And everything to the left of that is on your hardscape application currently, or just what surrounds the structure on Cottage Court?
Everything is on there. So this
Everything on the left, okay.
Everything here.
Okay.
So
That's what we need to know. Okay, so it's brick, and then you mentioned shell, I'm not seeing that.
it's listed as brick, but I was gonna ask if a 5-foot apron would be more appropriate.
Gotcha, with brick.
Shell.
Okay, Ray?
So Holly's comments are succinct, and they basically, and I do want to give Mickey, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, I got a feeling he's gonna say the same thing that Holly said and that I'm about to say, which is ton of bluestone. I mean, a sea of bluestone, and what isn't bluestone is brick. So I'm actually in favor of the idea of having a brick apron on York Street and then segueing to shell inside of that. But I would also like to see a limit or cut back on the amount of bluestone in the back.
Thanks, Ray.
That's
Mickey, do you have anything to add to that?
Thank you. Yeah, similar comments. It's a lot of brick. I'm looking at both of them together, and both driveways put a lot of brick right next to each other. And York Street has a pretty good mix of brick and cement and gravel and stone. So I think it would be appropriate to change up one of these driveways to some other material.
Thank you. Let's see, so then it's gonna be Joe, and then Connie, and then Angus.
Okay. Yeah, I think overall, too much contiguous brick, and I think that the buffer between, I know we're not talking about the front property, but the buffer between them is important. If there was a material change between the two, great. But if I'm looking just at the left side of this privet, where above the guest house, that just seems like an enormous amount of unlandscaped area, whether it's a combination of brick and shell, or it just feels overwhelming. I think that something that buffers I know it was a garage previously, so there's that's why this was the starting point, but I think there's an opportunity to soften this from the street. And I think it would be helpful to show cars in here for scale, because I know that, there are code constraints, but you can have one long spot and one shorter spot. And we don't want to reduce the number of parking, but I just feel like it's a little bit of a severe approach to this. And I think, brick to me does feel appropriate. So if I look at this coming off of Cottage Court, I feel like the visible hardscape that's at the front door and running along the right side of that other structure, that ought to be brick to the back corner. And then maybe there's bluestone between the two, and there's no fences or gates as part of it, but I don't want to see all the way through from Cottage Street to York Street and what looks essentially like, I hate to use the word alleyway, but I feel like there needs to be some visual layers here to give people privacy and just to soften it overall from the public way. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Connie?
Yeah, I have to agree. I just think there's too much impervious surfaces here between the brick and all the bluestone. I think there's got to be some way to soften this and somehow reduce the amount of brick, if possible. Thank you.
Thanks. Angus?
I agree with what's been said. Along York Street, yes, brick makes sense, but it looks like 5 or 6 cars width of brick. So 2 on the Orange Street and 3 or so on the one behind. So I think that some other kind of material color, whether it changes to stone or gravel or shell, or their tracks or something, but somehow to break that up, because even if it's shell with a brick apron, you'll still have along the street that same brick from the west side of the back part to the east side of the front part. And I appreciate the comment about sort of the alley feeling, and that might be alleviated with like a 5-foot vertical board fence on the north side of the cottage court building. But in general, the amount of impervious surface area, I think, is an issue, and the north side along York Street, I think, would be, one of the first places that I'd try to get more than just the delineated privet hedge, maybe on the east or west. Could be some sort of planted bed or something to just soften it. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. So I'll be brief and specific. The brick at the driveway, I think, needs to be no more than 20 feet wide by 20 feet deep. You're approximately 21 feet deep. That will significantly decrease the amount of brick there. If you want to go with a 20 by 20 parking with a 5-foot brick apron and shell, I don't have a concern with that. The brick to the right of the guest house, bed and bath, where the garage was, as we're looking at the site plan, I don't have a concern with, subject to the front parking area not being immediately adjacent to the privet and the other brick, and then you just have this brick that continues around the structure. I understand for flow purposes, you're going to need hard surfacing. You can always just connect them with a little turnout of some type of brick. I'm going to now go to the cottage court. I think that the bluestone along cottage court is inappropriate. I think that given the amount of bluestone and its usefulness at the rear of the structure, that the bluestone as a full width path here is inappropriate. Perhaps more like the width of the brick path on the guest house is appropriate. With respect to bifurcating or separating, eliminating the visual perception of an alleyway, gates coming into the guest house on the brick, from the brick driveway or shell driveway. On the opposite side, a gate coming into the rear yard of the structure on cottage court. And whether you have a partition or a gate between the two backyards or side yards, that's up to you. But I think, it registers that you need to do something to not have that visual pass through. Okay? Do we have a motion to hold for revisions?
So moved.
Oh, sorry. No, I cut Ray off.
No. So moved is good, but I was going to suggest for both, hold for revisions of both of the landscape, because we sort of kind of made points about both of them.
Yeah, I think you can take and translate those concepts pretty well. You're getting to know us now, Chris, so it's going to be.
And that's also kind of why it was presented together, because it's kind of this, right next to each other. But I hear your point about the shadowing.
All right, so we're going to have a motion to hold for revisions both the rear and the front.
Yeah.
Okay. On Ray's motion.
Aye.
On Angus and Ray's motion. Ray?
Aye.
We're all here, right? So all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, do we have minutes to approve?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
through you to Joe, which minutes did you have edits on? October 22nd and November 5th?
I don't know, I sent like 4
Okay.
things through.
Yeah,
but-
All right, we're just going to hold them.
okay, why don't we hold them?
Just
Just
till
in
we can
case.
get that. No
Okay.
biggie, we'll just get it resolved.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, just to say, as chair, I have absolutely no issues with, I don't know that, I would not suggest that we need to recirculate minutes for review if a member comments on their own revisions. So, for instance, Joe commented, we don't need to see them recirculated.
But the reason I asked is because Holly is going to be editing the ones for 2024, and I don't know if she needs to look at them or not. So-
Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying different point. The different point is if a member revises their own comments, there's no reason for us, so you're aware, to maybe we did it different in the past, to recirculate it, that's all. Okay. So with that said,
We still have 90 seconds, so we could do Catone's very controversial project.
oh, yeah, that's exactly where I was going. Or maybe we'll take a motion to adjourn.
Oh, Mark, no. We can't. I move to adjourn.
All right, all in favor, those present, say aye.
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 All right, that carries unanimous, I can't say the mousely word that, it rolled off Diane's tongue. Oh, that just, I don't know where that even came from, pre-press optimization protocol. Yeah, I know, I mean, I used to do that stuff. Yeah, there's like a shit ton of stuff I used to do.